Okay, this is a test stream. This is a test stream, everyone. I'm just trying to see something. Oh. What up, Haya Powers? Peace. Hey, yeah, it's not showing any of that. So it's not even screen sharing. Roman Wolf, peace, bro. We finna crank up the stream in just a second. I'm finna crank up a stream. We're gonna be doing a stream on Freak. What did I just say? But this is just a test stream. I'm setting up the stream right now to go live in just a second. Make sure you tap back in. Make sure you got your notification bells on all. I get you a wrench. Right now I'm just on a test stream. I'm gonna drop my genealogy, and I'm gonna be doing commentary on American Civil War, you know what I'm saying, and how it pertains to Indians, you know what I'm saying, American Indians, the Indigenous, Aboriginals, etc. So anybody that's in the stream right now, just know this is just a test stream, you know what I'm saying. I'm working on my let me see, like I'm working on my screen share. Look there, I think y'all should be able to see my screen. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to. Oh, okay, this is saying preview. This is saying program. Oh, okay. Okay, something just happened. So I guess cut means kick it in. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to see what this looks like. So my bad. This is a test, you all. This is a test stream. Come back in like 5 minutes. We're going to be live in like 5 minutes. Okay, so now if I go like this, and now if I cut off studio mode, what does this do? Okay, so basically, yeah, I'm finna crank up the stream. Matter of fact, I'll keep it on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and crank it up right now, you all. What's up, everybody? You tuned in to Black Indian Chief. I'm gonna go ahead and get a little screen shareage going on with you all. We finna I'm gonna show you all my genealogy, you know what I'm saying? But we're gonna be going over the American Civil War, so I'm gonna go ahead and play that video while I'm getting the stream ready. And for anybody that don't know how, this is how you get to my channel, to the main channel. You just type in Indigenous Realist. You know what I'm saying? You see my twin brother over there with the red hair. You know what I'm saying? You talk on that fella. Tap on videos. Fly Birdie, how are we? Haya Power, back in the booth. The realist, the noble, the chief. Now, a lot of y'all seen that Civil War video, but that's good. That's good information. We finna go back over this. Here it is right here. Or we could have just went to my community section. Hey, you all, anyone seeing this video on the main channel or on this Black Indian Chief channel, you all start checking my community section. You know what I'm saying? Because, look, I had already told people, look, I'm preparing to drop my genealogy along with the commentary on Black Indian Chief channel. Commentary will be on this video. Check it out. You know what I'm saying? You just hit the like button like that there. Go to the video. Okay, oh, shoot. Y'all didn't even see none of that. So let me backtrack. I forgot I'm not even screen sharing, am I? There. That should be screen share right there. Am I screen sharing now? Okay. Peace, higher powers. Now look. What up, everybody? This is Indigenous Realist. Hey, this channel right here is called Black. All right, but come back in. All right. Okay, this is the main channel. Somebody still gotta bring information to them, so that's what this channel is actually about. Go right here to community. Say this is a live video, you know what I'm saying? You hear everybody saying they're Indians, you hear everybody saying trace your genealogy. And so I'll just show you a little of my genealogy, you know what I'm saying? And some of its history, the oral traditions and stuff like that. But while I'm preparing that, you all, I'm finna play this video. Cause what is this? Oh damn, an ad. I'm sorry. This wireless solar power bank. Let's see what's inside. The power bank has 20,000 milliamps. Yeah, and I'm finna get you a wrench. Appreciate you for sticking around, Roman Thunder.
Back to the famous heroes from both sides, like Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, William Tecumseh Sherman. But there are other names rarely heard except by those related by blood.
My family has been in every war since the Revolution.
Ely Parker, Stan Watie, Henry Berry Lowry. Though largely forgotten today, more than 20,000 Native Americans fought in the Civil War.
Native Americans, both enlisted and officers, were in the trenches at every major battle.
They would be recruited by both the North and the South.
They were surrounded by two hostile camps that were pulling at their existence.
This is their untold story. The truth behind a war not of blue and gray, but of blue, gray, and the men both sides called red.
You see the blue, the gray, and the side both men called red. So we see who they're talking about. Let's go. Appreciate you, Fly Birdie. Yeah, you all hit that like button. If you up in here, hit the like button.
Of 1861. The first shots have been fired on Fort Sumter in Charleston, South Carolina, and the federal troops that occupied the fort have been taken by the Confederacy. Newly elected President Abraham Lincoln looks to the northern states to provide a 75,000-man militia. The call goes out for volunteers. They are only asked to serve a 3-month stint, the time the North estimates will be needed to put down the insurrection. In Albany, New York, Ely Parker, a civil engineer who has been working for the government, attempts to answer Lincoln's call. Many of his co-workers have already enlisted. Because of their skills, most are immediately given officer commissions. But Parker comes away empty-handed. Though he has skills, education, and experience in the New York militia, he is also a member of the Tonawanda Seneca Indian Nation, where he serves as a high-ranking sachem, or chief.
In the early part of the war, until May of 1862, there was no Native American allowed into a regiment in Western New York. There was racial discrimination reflected in the recruiting office. And also there was confusion because Native Americans weren't citizens. And the question is whether you could enlist non-citizen Native Americans into regiments.
Parker appeals the decision to Secretary of State William Seward, to no avail. This, he is told, is a white man's war. But Parker is determined. He continues to press his case and recruit some powerful friends to lobby on his behalf, including one he met several years before.
He served as an assistant engineer on the Genesee Valley Canal, and that experience brought him eventually to Galena, Illinois.
Became fast friends with a worker in a harness store named Ulysses S. Grant.
The two men, both with military backgrounds, also share a common frustration. Though Grant is a West Point graduate and a veteran of the Mexican War, his career has stalled, and he is reduced to working at his parents' store. Parker, who had been refused entry to the New York bar because of his race, can sympathize.
He was an engineer, he was a lawyer, although not allowed to practice that.
Their friendship is cemented when Parker comes to Grant's aid during a fight in a local tavern. Back to back, they take on all comers. It is a gesture that Grant, a man known for his loyalty, will never forget.
And that friendship that he made in the 1850s was to change his life forever.
After the Civil War restarts his military career, Grant helps his old friend obtain a captain's commission, then makes a place for Parker on his own military staff.
When Grant is appointed to the head of the Army of the Potomac in March of 1864, he takes Ely Parker with him. He recruits Parker to become his military secretary, and he serves in that role through the end of the war.
Ely is at his side every moment, including the battles themselves. Grant's staff would stay behind to do things, and Ely be right at Grant's side in those battles.
By the end of 1863, Ely Parker was only one of many Native Americans in the field. The Union has come to realize, after being routed at Bull Run in Manassas, Virginia during the summer of 1861, that this will be no short-term war. Recruits will be needed for years, not months, as was once hoped, and Northern recruiting practices have changed accordingly.
At the beginning of the Civil War, it was primarily a white man's war. White men went to the colors, signed up, and there was no need for Native Americans. As the war continued, it became a butcher shop's list. Many men were being killed, they were sent home, they were sick, they were dying by the thousands. And many people were needed now. Any man who could carry a musket was needed. And that's when the Native Americans were allowed to come into the ranks.
The massive casualties created a need for a population that the government until now had had little use for.
From the moment the Mayflower landed at Plymouth Rock, according to the whites, there was an Indian problem. This became the official business of Congress in 1830 when they passed the Indian Removal Act. This allowed them to take eastern tribes from their...
Okay, we get the Indian Removal Act of 1830. So we're working our way up in history. We're at 1830 right now. As soon as it comes to the point where it meets with this little part of my genealogy that I have prepared for you all already, we're gonna get into that. And remember, we will be streaming this channel, this same stream on my my main channel, Indigenous Realist. This is Black Indian Chief. Like, share, and subscribe. Link in the description to Black Indian Chief.
Traditional homelands that they had perhaps been on for centuries, and they could move them to the unceded lands in the West.
For decades, as the white population moved westward, the government pushed Native Americans to either assimilate or leave. By the start of the war, some 90,000 Native peoples had relocated to what is now Oklahoma. East of the Mississippi, there are only pockets of Native Americans left, living on the fringes of white society in New York, Michigan, and the South.
So this may be a little crazy, but this one online business that I have going has generated me $19,000 today.
I apologize for the ad.
Open warfare, as the indigenous tribes clashed with the whites, drawn by the California Gold Rush and the opening of the Oregon Trail.
Okay, so we get the California Gold Rush and the opening of the Oregon Trail. Come on.
There were uprisings all throughout the West in California, Arizona, Utah, and it would take the Army 20 more years to get the West under control.
But the tribes of the East are now seen as potential allies. Though each side will use propaganda criticizing the other for employing savages in battle,
Hello?
both North and South offer Native Americans higher and higher bounties to sign up.
The Indians know they will get a $50 federal bounty, they will get a $25 state bounty, and that they will be paid $13 a month like every regular soldier in the regiment. The money was a big incentive.
Other promises.
See, you see how they say the money is the big incentive for the Indians. And so this is something they're learning way back in the 1800s, because they've been studying our people since the beginning. They were studying, they started over there in Africa studying those Africans, those East Indians, and then they come over here to the West Indies, to the Americas, and they apply that same amount of studiousness to us. You know what I'm saying? They want to see what makes us tick. They want to see what makes us move.
Are made or implied. There may be rewards and recognition after the war, if they join the winning side.
Some, like the Cherokees, saw the advantages of joining the Confederacy based on the fact that the Confederacy offered a position within the Confederate Congress in Richmond. The idea that they could be spokespersons in the Confederate Congress.
Many Native Americans decided to join the Union Army to save the lands that they still possessed in the North. And they figured if they joined the Army, they would then have a stake in their country, and their country would recognize that.
At least 20,000 Native Americans respond to these overtures, though some estimates put the number closer to 30,000. It is difficult today to single out Native Americans on the surviving roster lists. Many who joined were already assimilated, at least in part, to white traditions, and had taken Christian names.
Okay, now this is funny, right? The names that they're finna say, these are common names found among black people still to today. You know what I'm saying? These are the same common names, but listen to these names.
Like the Williamses, the Joneses, you see, the Lyons, Parker. Names like that are everyday English, including French names. These would be the names that they take.
But there is no question they are there. Fighting for the North, integrated among both white and colored troops. And for the South, under both white and Native American commanders.
We ain't smoking.
Though they were often less well equipped than their white counterparts and doubtless faced the discrimination common in the day. The letters and diaries that survive reveal that many of the white enlisted men came to view the Native American recruits with respect.
One of the white sharpshooters put out a small book at the end of the war, and he listed the Indians in Company K. And he said, here we had a group of men who could scarcely call this their own country, and they fought for it nonetheless.
See, you see which ones he's talking about. He said here you have men that can scarcely call themselves, call this their country. So he's talking about the so-called natives, you know what I'm saying? Which we know today as Native Americans, you know what I'm saying? And which I call the Red Indian. You know what I'm saying? Those are the people who took a deal, fought with the, as the commission say, the Tamahu, or as I say, the pale face. You know what I'm saying? They fought with the pale tribes, you know what I'm saying, against us, you know what I'm saying? They but you're gonna hear it mentioned in this video a lot where they say, you know what I'm saying, it all was lost. And you know what I'm saying, they even sent out they have a letter in this video where they're saying, he was sending out like a call not only to white people but to the Native Americans, saying that their race would be wiped out if they didn't all join in. And this is the battle between the South and the North, and that lets us know there's a lot more Aboriginal movement and a lot more indigenous war going on at the time, you know what I'm saying? And then that brings us to the Gullah Wars and things like that. I didn't have a Gullah War video prepared, but I will next time. When I do a little more of my genealogy on the next video, I'll have it with the Gullah Wars. So this one I'm gonna do genealogy with the Civil War. On the next one I'll do genealogy with the Gullah War, you know what I'm saying, since we do have Gullah Geechee in the family.
Letters and diaries that survive reveal that many of the white enlisted men came to view the Native American recruits with respect.
One of the white sharpshooters put out a small...
And I just noticed he actually delineates between the terms. He actually delineates between the terms Native American and indigenous, because if y'all paid attention earlier, he said the indigenous tribes of America. Now he's calling them Native Americans. And also I'm finna upload this video by Trump I'm gonna upload 2 videos where he's giving so-called black people high praises, high honors, and he's talking about this big military ship that's finna be built named after a black man. He says that's a high honor. And then I also want to play this video about Trump, how he has done to Hispanics what previous white people have done to the so-called Negro, black, colored, African American, more Indian, etc., whatever name you choose to go by. Trump has now done that to the Mexicans, and we got to see that now he embraces Hispanics. He calls them Hispanics, and he doesn't call them Mexican. He doesn't call them, and he's on a firm look. You can just tell. I read body language, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna upload both of those videos, and I'm gonna go over the body language and show you how aggressive he is with the Hispanics, and how, you know what I'm saying, trying to be cordial with the so-called blacks. And I want to just show y'all, because that's really important. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really important to show you how the president respects our gangster, our heritage gangster, if you will, if I have to use that term. Basically, I'm saying he knows we'll get on that. That'll be later, Bill. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all got your notification bells on all.
At the end of the war, and he listed the Indians in Company K, and he said, here we had a group of men who could scarcely call
Thank you for
this their
tapping
own
in,
country,
Imprecision.
and they fought for it nonetheless.
Many would fight with everything they had, not just for the Union or the Confederacy, but for their own very personal reasons.
It was a blood feud out here for many, many years.
So this may be a little crazy, but this one online business that I have going has generated me $19,000.
June 23rd, 1865. Nearly 3 months had passed since the fall of Petersburg, when the last of the Virginia blockades was broken, and the Confederate capital in Richmond was finally reached. It has been more than 2 months since the commanders of the 2 weary armies met to sign the terms of surrender at the nearby outpost of Appomattox. But for some, the war is not yet over. One last act has yet to be played out at a prearranged spot not far from Fort Towson in what is now Oklahoma. An aging man in battle-worn clothes appears. He is Stan Watie, a brilliant Cherokee leader and tactician, the highest-ranking Native American in the Confederate Army, and the last Confederate general to surrender. He will do so under his own terms. The path that led him to this moment began not with the rift between North and South, but with the fracture within his own people. The breaking point came 3 decades before, over a policy by the American government known as Indian removal.
It would be as though someone would simply show up at your home and say, we're going to take you 2,000 miles away and leave everything that you know and everything you are familiar with.
Okay, do you all hear this? The Indian Removal Act. The Indian Removal Act. I'm going to rewind it a little bit so you can just hear what he said. And tell me what that reminds you of. The so-called story of them snatching us out of Africa. Oh shit. My bad, you all. I thought I was screen sharing. I always forget to do that. Let me screen share again. The so-called story of them snatching us out of Africa and bringing us 9,000 miles away. Listen to him saying they're snatching people out of their homes and taking them 2,000 miles away. You know what I'm saying? But I show and prove in my other videos, the Back to the Future videos on the main channel, how the mass migration of our indigenous people was still going on all the way up into the 1960s. So we see this type of Indian Removal Act, it went on from the 1830s all the way for sure to the 1960s. And now they feel like they have everybody stationary and stuck where they want them to be. But listen, check this out again.
And the last Confederate general to surrender. He will do so under his own terms. The path that led him to this moment began not with the rift between North and South, but with a fracture within his own people. The breaking point came 3 decades.
Okay, right here, if anyone hasn't been keeping along, this is the fracture point he's talking about, is the two different, this separation between Cherokee people. So when you hear people saying they're Cherokee, you know what I'm saying, there was a great separation between this large group, and the separate parts, you know what I'm saying, I feel were like the black Indians and the so-called red Indians. Y'all know I don't use the term black, red, white, etc. I just use it because this is Black Indian Chief Channel, and it's an easier method to teach when people are familiar with that term. But yeah, it's crazy.
Before, over a policy by the American government known as Indian removal.
It would be as though someone would simply show up at your home and say, we're going to take you 2,000 miles away and leave everything that you know and everything you are familiar with behind.
With the rift between North and South, but with a fracture within his own people.
You see this little, you see Tennessee, it's a Eastern Cherokee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. And this little blob right here on the screen, this little red blob, look like a blood mark almost. This is the Cherokee Nation. This is where they're at. And looking through history, don't you find it weird, or shouldn't you find it suspect that they want to attribute all of this land? This for those that don't know that they're Indian, that don't know that they're Aboriginal, that don't know yet that they're indigenous. You know what I'm saying? That their people didn't come on a boat from Africa, somewhere over this way, so they say. But I'm saying, we see the colonies and stuff happen over in this area. But I'm saying the Cherokee were right here, and they let themselves get marched from here all the way to Oklahoma. Anyway, I'll get on it more. If y'all didn't catch my point, I'll get to it later. Here you go. I'm going to push play.
The breaking point came 3 decades before, over a policy by the American government known as Indian removal.
It would be as though someone would simply show up at your home and say, we're going to take you 2,000 miles away and leave everything that you know and everything you are familiar with behind.
The destination the government set aside for this purpose was called Indian Territory. Some 70,000 square miles bordered by Texas on the south and Kansas on the north, comprising most of what is now Oklahoma. Here, the government built a series of forts largely to keep peace among the tribes forced to live in close proximity.
The government, I expect, thought that one Indian could get along with the next Indian. But it would be like somebody putting somebody in your house and saying you're going to share this house with them, and they're surprised when there's fighting.
Y'all hear this? I'm gonna rewind that. I like that part. He say it's like putting someone in your house and saying you gotta live with this person and there's gonna be fighting. You know what I'm saying? They thought all Indians were just Indians and that we all just got along, and it's still like that to today. I feel the spirit and the energy of some of these Indians, and I know that they're not of my tribe, they're not of my ancestors, they're not like me. You know what I'm saying? Some of these, not all Indians, you hear them say, "Oh, not all skin folks is kin folks." That's cool. We know that not everybody dark skinned is an Aboriginal. Now we know that, or it's not a Western Indian for sure, not this hemisphere Indian for sure. So now we all know that, and so the skin folk kinfolk thing, that's out of the play. We got to know that not all Indians are our Indians. Not all Indians are lived by the same morals, concepts, constructs, things of that nature, like anything, beliefs, had any kind of standards. You know what I'm saying? Some of these people are wild people, bro, from all over the world. You know what I'm saying? They just happen to look like you. So don't think that all people claiming to be Indian or Aboriginal or Indigenous are your people. They can be Aboriginal or Indigenous from anywhere. We all just similar. We all happen to look alike. So make sure that they're from the Americas and make sure they're of your people. You know what I'm saying? Not all skin folks, cool. Not all fellas is my fellas.
You are familiar with behind.
The destination the government set aside for this purpose was called Indian Territory.
Hey, original
Some
copper impulse
70,000
over.
square miles bordered by Texas on the south and Kansas on the north, comprising most of what is now Oklahoma. Here, the government built a series of forts largely to keep peace among the tribes forced to live in close proximity.
By the way, we about to do my genealogy, you all. I'm gonna show you all my genealogy and show you a court case from the 1800s with my family in it and stuff.
Somebody putting
So y'all hold
in
tight.
your house and saying you're going to share this house with them, and they're surprised when there's fighting. Who's going to get the master bedroom? Who's going to get the shower? You know, those kind of things.
In the Civil War to come, the Indian Territory will be used as a buffer zone between North and South. But from the start, there are conflicts within its borders that will erupt once again with the coming of the war. Some of the bloodiest were between members of the same tribe, the Cherokees of southeastern Tennessee and northern Georgia.
As a Cherokee citizen, I can speak very pointedly to the Cherokee removal. It meant internal division. It meant civil war inside of the Cherokee Nation.
In 1835, faced with growing pressure for removal, the Cherokees split into two groups, factions which will impact the outcome of the Civil War some 3 decades later. One side, headed by John Ross, the principal chief of the Cherokee.
Now, when we see John Ross, we know, listen, I'm from Fort Worth, right? I'm from Texas. Now, I don't know what the Rosses look like out there where you all are at, but the Rosses where I'm at, let me see, can I get a pause on this?
Faced with
on this
growing
pale
pressure
face.
for removal, the Cherokees split into two groups, factions which will impact the outcome of the Civil War some 3 decades later.
Okay.
One side, headed by John Ross.
Okay, this is John Ross. Now, we know that history has been whitewashed, that they've changed our story, which was for so long a mystery. They changed our story into his story, and they've whitewashed things. But I don't know about the Rosses where y'all at, but the Rosses where I'm from out in this area, they're black, and a lot of them are Prince Hall Freemasons. I do say that a lot of them are Prince Hall Freemasons, but they are black people. You know what I'm saying? They are Indian people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them do have Indian in their yeah, there were millions of tribes, indeed. But when they say they made him principal, think about it, principal chief. That means he just, think about it. You're when you go to school, you have a principal. That's just somebody to be watching over. Basically, this is their master. If this was a honky, or if this was somebody that was lighter skinned, this is master. He wasn't no chief. Don't think that he was no chief as far as like talking about, you know what I'm saying? He was just a chief as far as like this they master. Hell, you mean he was running shit because he stopped the feud that was going on. You know what I'm saying? They let you know that this white man or this pale man, because you got to realize a lot of people were passing for black back then. That was the thing. The lighter you were, I mean, Abraham Lincoln passed for black. The lighter you were, the easier you passed for black. And that's what's so important when you finna see little tidbits of my genealogy that I'm finna show you in the stories written by, not by me, by other people. You're gonna see that my ancestors didn't even pass for white. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even pass for white. Have I been saying pass for white or pass for black? I've been saying pass for white. My ancestors didn't pass for white. They knew they was Negroes as soon as they looked at them. As a matter of fact, they even list them as their colors. One of them was mulatto. They list the rest of them as dark. We're finna get into that. We finna show you. We finna show and prove that. If y'all can, if y'all able, share the stream. If you can share the stream, make sure you hit the like button, etc. We're gonna premiere it again on my other channel, but y'all getting to see my genealogy literally for the first time on the internet. And I'm gonna show you. We're just gonna go down through there a little bit on black Texans, all that.
Chief of the Cherokee refused to relocate. But the other half of the tribe believed that, with whites already encroaching on their lands in the south, relocation was inevitable. In December, some 20 leaders, including the family of Stan Watie, signed a treaty agreeing to move to the Indian Territory.
I like to believe that
Don't do it on your jerseys.
they understood that the only way the Cherokee Nation would survive would be in a totally different environment. and that would be beyond the Mississippi.
Chief Ross and his followers are left behind until the army forces them to make the move at gunpoint. A 1,000-mile march that will come to be known as the Trail of Tears.
Y'all see it? Land route, water route. Think about it. This water route. Think about how many other water routes they took. How many other water routes right here in Americas. Man, I'm telling you all right now today, I'm proclaiming, man, that the Americas is bigger than any other damn place in the world. Like this hemisphere is bigger than the Eastern Hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? There's more room over here that, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere else around the world has a denser population. There's so much land, there's so much space over here in the Americas. You know what I'm saying? They're over here just got us on these reservations, trapped in these cities, and we're not realizing that expansion is still going on. Expansion is still going on. People think expansion stopped. There was no damn stopping day for expansion. Why do you think expansion stopped? They're still expanding right now. These businesses are new. These car businesses are new. We still have a chance to start our own enterprise. These car businesses come in the last 100 years. These shipping companies come in the last 100 years. These Walmarts and these things, these family trees, Dollar Generals and Dollar Trees and all these stores come in the last 100 years. We still have a chance now that we're in our proper status, which is American Indian, or just saying you're plain indigenous, autochthonous, Aboriginal, etc. We know what our proper status is. We were here before your status came. That's our proper status. And now that we're back in it, now that we know who we are, we just want you all to leave us alone and go start enterprise. Let me get my face on the screen. Y'all ain't even seen me today. Well, I know my face probably is on the screen, but let me come on here. Listen. Oh, peace to everyone in the chat. Shout out. Let me give some shout outs. Shout out Fly Birdie. Shout out Roman Wolf, Toe Thunder. Shout out back to you with Empress Isha. Peace, you all. Shout out Money Love. Look. He is on the screen, but let me come on here. Expand. Okay. You see now, that's why I keep a monitor so I can go back. I've been sleeping on it. I lose my thoughts and then I don't remember what it was, but I got it right here. I can rewind the footage and see where I left off. So we think expansion stopped. This shit is going on right now. That's where the trickery comes in at. They want you to think that this great white nation has been doing all this commerce and all of these things, and that they've been just being number one at everything. And that's why I keep showing and proving with that Atlanta Compromise speech from 1905. I keep showing and proving year after year that we were on top in 1905. Before this industry, what happened was that the so-called blacks were getting oppressed heavily. Down here in the South, we're getting oppressed heavily. And then look how gentrification spread from the East, and it's steady spreading. Think about it though. This shit started way back then, you all. We had millions and millions of Europeans coming in mass droves. Once they man. So look, what happened was the blacks did not like get involved with the new industries, right? Think about it. Think about how slow we are to move, right? Cryptocurrency been out for how long? I mean, I made money off cryptocurrency back in 2016. That's as far back as I can verify cryptocurrency. We're so slow on moving towards things that we're always last. So in 1905, Booker T. Washington states boldly in front of the presidents and in front of the assemblies and in front of all the citizens, speaking for the blacks, and he says that we are at the top of society. We are the philosophers. We are the congressmen. We are all these things. This is what he's saying. We're at the top of industry, and he said that's not sought after. He said it. He said we're not worrying about industry and stuff like that. We're trying to be the politicians and things like that, and that's where you gotta. Now I'm thinking about it. It almost seems like he was more on the Boule type issue, and people think Boule. People think Boule is just got something to do with some kind of college or university, some kind of college or university fraternity. But no, it's more than that, and I'm gonna show you. Boule are the aristocratic blacks and Negroes. They are the ones, like Booker T. Washington, who were advanced in intellectual properties. All right, look at, for example, you see the same thing. I'm not going to do any name dropping. You know what I'm saying? This channel really not for no beef or nothing. So I'm not going to do any name dropping. But we see people who are prominent individuals among certain communities, whether they be Kemet, Hebrew Israelite, etc., 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 in the top, Nation of Islam, etc., etc., etc. And instead of investing that spending power they're harnessing, instead of investing that and making some kind of black industry when it's open, America is open for it. Under Donald Trump's rulership, we are open for new industry. And instead of these men who have this large black following with this large black spending power, instead of them starting industry and black jobs and black business, everybody wants to cry about Black Wall Street, but why niggas ain't starting it again? All the atrocities of the past are steady being thrown in our face, but we're never looking towards our future. And as each generation comes, look at my third eye. As each generation comes, we're steady looking at the past, and we're steady not doing nothing for the future right here in the presence. Do you get what I'm saying? Right here in the present, we never do nothing about it. There's a steady line of it. Look at decade to decade. This is 2020. Decade to decade, people are complaining about the atrocities of slavery, complaining about the atrocities of Jim Crow, complaining about the atrocities of kidnapping and murders and riots and all kinds of things, racism. But yet, and inequality and white supremacy and black inferiority complexes and stuff. But at the same time, no one is saying, hey, let's make a change. How about this year be different from all the years of the last, and then each year in the future will be different, and we can gain back progress among black people, among American Indians, among American Negroes, among the so-called African American people. And I'm not just talking about the YouTubers, I'm talking about these famous blacks. Yeah, they do little stuff, but I'm saying, like, they should be out and about with that amount of money, them amount of funds they're having. They should be out and about, like, seeing what communities need and stuff like that. That's why I shout out to Kanye. I always fuck with Kanye. I fuck with Kanye. But I'm going to get back to the bill, you all. I'm going to get back to the bill. Let me play it. Screen share. And then we're going to get into a little bit of this genealogy. I hope y'all caught some of that. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to premiere this video on the main channel too. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you subscribe to this channel and our main channel, Indigenous Realist. You know what I'm saying? That's my twin brother over there. He got the red hair. I got the blue. You know what I'm saying? So, subscribe to both channels.
When Ross, whose wife died along with 4,000 Cherokees on the trail, finally arrived in Indian territory, the stage is set for revenge against those who signed the treaty.
These are names that were marked for death. If I have brought my family on the Trail of Tears, and I have lost loved ones, and I have lost my ancestral homelands, then I now can identify those that have caused that to happen, and I am now prepared to revoke a millennia-old tradition of the Cherokee people called the Blood Law.
Among those marked for assassination under the Blood Law were Stan Watie and his relatives. On June 22, 1839, 3 of his family members were killed: his brother, uncle, and a cousin.
Okay, now let me go back. I'm gonna go back 60
Well,
seconds.
if not having been warned,
I'm gonna go back
escaping
60
from
seconds.
his home area to go into seclusion for days.
When they're talking about this blood law,
A 1,000-mile march that will come to be known as the Trail of Tears. When Ross, whose wife died along with 4,000 Cherokees on the trail, finally arrived in Indian Territory, the stage is set for revenge against those who signed the treaty.
These are names that were marked for death. If I have brought my family on the Trail of Tears, and I have lost loved ones, and I have lost my ancestral homelands, then I now can identify those that have caused that to happen, and I am now prepared to revoke a millennia-old tradition of the Cherokee people called the...
okay, do y'all hear this? He said, I have now identified the people who had, wait, let me say this. Look, I'm gonna replay it, and then I'm finna build on this, because this is something about just about action in general, and it's not about, it's about demonstrations. We're gonna start demonstrating, but I'm gonna show
4,000 Cherokees on the trail finally arrived in Indian Territory. The stage is set for revenge against those who signed the treaty.
now. Okay, he say revenge is set for those that signed the treaty, right? So apparently there comes a civil war. Okay, we see that certain leaders agreed to certain things that the masses didn't, but because they were loyal, faithful tribal members under certain people's leadership, they had to go along with it. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't deal with intertribal politics in front of the paleface. So they went on along with it and went to the Trail of Tears. You know what I'm saying? Went through that process of Trail of Tears. So many died. Even Europeans died, you know what I'm saying? And their wives and their children. Like, so many people were just dying during the Trails of Tears. You know what I'm saying? It was harder than they thought, you know what I'm saying, to make it 1,000 miles. You know what I'm saying? 2,000 miles. It wasn't as easy as they thought. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to look what was happening. You had people running off. Think about it. This is a band. This is a band of people, numbering into what? The thousands. The high thousands. And during the Trail of Tears, people was escaping. They were running off because they knew the land. They were running off and they were warning the people. Think about it. They were warning. That's why I want to go into the Alamo. Like, I'm going to do a Texas history thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do a big Texas history thing, because we're going to go into some Texas history too, right here in my genealogy. But a lot of these wars and stuff were Aboriginals, were dark-skinned people. Like, when they got over here, they were warring, and some people didn't give a damn. They still went with the leaders who signed the treaty or whatnot. But you got to realize, we're descendants, like, still to this day. It's in our blood. You wonder why some Indians just don't like other Indians, or some Indians just have an aura or something where they're unagreeable or something like that. It's because the ancestors, through your lineage, through your genealogy, through your DNA, through your very blood, your very energy essence, your ancestors are screaming through your ancestral memory, screaming at you, saying, hey, that ain't us. hey, that clan killed your ancestors, or they got blood on their hands, or hey, you got blood on your hands. Because the sins of the fathers live what, to the 7 generations. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm getting more and more the fact that Abraham came from over here. And I'm going to be doing some serious research. I ain't going to be dropping anything no time soon, but I'm saying I'm going to be doing some serious research trying to make a connection between Abraham and the Americas. And if I can, that's going to be very, very unique from a unique perspective. But anyway, let's get back to the build. I just want to say it's in our very, very DNA sometimes. A lot of times. No, not all the time. All the fucking time. Pardon my language, but school's still in. It's only one. Should be all adults right here. You know what I'm saying? It's still blood on people's hands. You know what I'm saying? We're focusing on the white man, but hey, you got some people set up on our lands with millions and millions and millions of dollars, and people would rather amalgamate with those people who have watched the atrocities of slavery in any kind of form, who have watched the atrocities and even committed and partake in it. And we want to bang against the African when the Native American is sitting here on our land. It's sitting here on our land reaping the benefits of our work and toil. You know what I'm saying? Tax-free. Total able to perform whatever rituals, whatever spiritualistic traditions, whatever religious preferences, whatever schooling, whatever anything they want to do on their land, on our land. Come on, you all. Like, so we're banging on Africans, and we got to take home America first. I mean, it's America first. That's why I fuck with Trump, and that's why I'm gonna be dropping another damn Trump video. I'm gonna be analyzing Trump words. So I'm gonna be doing a reaction to and showing you how he treats so-called blacks and how much respect and reverence he gives so-called blacks, and how he's made a new group of the brown people and he calls them Hispanics, and they're going through under the same name change that the blacks constantly have went through history. And this is going to be the start of the Mexicans going through that process, the Americanized Mexicans, the Tex Mexicans, the California Mexicans, the Arizona Mexicans, and all over. And so is they're going to do it on the East also. Watch what I tell you. They're going to do it on the East Coast, and they're going to get renamed Hispanic also. You know what I'm saying? It's not, if you're in America, Trump's going to have you claiming America. You know what I'm saying? And Hispanic is the only other title you can, so you're a Hispanic American. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I'm just showing you that I can see the process happening with other people on this land. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a unique perspective also. But I'm finna play this. We're still on the Civil War, and then I'm finna do the genealogy. I'm finna do my genealogy in just a little second. But I'll give y'all a little, well, no, if I give you a glimpse, you know what I'm saying, you can just type it in and look it up. But I ain't gonna give you a glimpse. Okay. Peace, hype house. I'm finna start the video back, and the reason why I'm able to play this video, it's on my channel. You know what I'm saying? This video, if you wanted to watch it, we've already watched 14 minutes of it. It's a very good video. It's on my channel, the main channel, Indigenous Realist, right here. My twin brother with the red hair. You know what I'm saying? Let me press play. That's the rabbit hole over there. So if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, I mean, you want to go into Wonderland, down that rabbit hole, go over there to the main channel. This is just the black hole.
Then I now can identify those that have caused that to happen, and I am now prepared to re-evoke.
Keep that chat moving.
Old tradition of the Cherokee people called the blood law.
Among those marked for assassination under the blood law were Stan Watie and his relatives. On June 22, 1839, 3 of his family members were killed: his brother, uncle, and a cousin.
Stan Watie would have been in that group as well, if not having been warned and escaping from his home area to go into seclusion for days.
It was then that Watie gathered supporters of the treaty together and led a series of attacks against the Ross Party.
Those that signed were assassinated by those that didn't sign. And then those that were assassinated then took reprisals.
That tipped off.
Shout out to the Most High Supreme Being. Shout out. What up, bro?
Cherokee Nation that went on for
Haya power.
and Crips. And
oh, this is the part. Thank you. You see how the brother speaking to me I was able to stop it where we needed to. Check this out. I'm always telling people, I'm always sharing the fact that gangbanging is so easy for our people to it's so easy. All right, look, let me slow down because I'm finna rush it. But hey, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get a cool, chill R&B mode. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no need to rush it. Now let me slow down. This a brand new channel. You know what I'm saying? Indigenous Realist got his own thing going over there. This Black Indian chief. Haya power. The realist, the noble. Okay, check this out. Now, I'm finna rewind the video that we're watching. It's off of the untold story of the Civil War on my channel. Now, I'm finna rewind it, and it's crazy. I'm always comparing. I have a current playlist. Well, on the Indigenous Realist channel. That's the main hive. You can go check out a playlist called Gang Culture, and it's occultic beginnings or something. I got videos up. Just scroll down my video list on Indigenous Realist channel, and you'll see the how it's comparing gangs. When you'll hear me always saying, always since 2018. You know what I'm saying? My whole life I've been saying, look, we Indians. So we used to run in tribes, and we used to go hunt in war packs. We used to, you know what I'm saying, have male fraternities and all of that back in the gap. And that's how that's how gang leaders are able to pull in the youth. You know what I'm saying? Because it's in our genetics. Like I was saying about the blood feud, it's also in our genetics that I would say not have a narcissistic trait. I would say that it's a primal warrior trait, and that we will defend territories. We are territorial people. We are a sign language people. We are empathic people. You know what I'm saying? The energy levels, how we can feel vibes and vibrations, you know what I'm saying, in places, off of people, just through looks, just off walking past a person, just by hearing their tone. Watch your tone with me. Have you ever noticed we say watch your tone? Don't take that tone with me, because our tones of voice are unique. You know what I'm saying? That's why our singing and our rapping and our spoken word and our talking and our mannerisms, you know what I'm saying, are real popular around the world. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people who can't portray the rhythmic and vibrational vibe of a black person. You know what I'm saying? The so-called black person. We know that we are really Indians. We are really Indians. You know what I'm saying? All of us have Indians in our family trees. You know what I'm saying? We all got them. You know what I'm saying? Show us one African in our family tree. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna actually show some of my genealogy here in a second. Matter of fact, I just want to Kaylee, peace, wagwan. Haya power. Yeah, man, I appreciate y'all for tapping in. Like, it really means a lot to me for y'all tapping in over here on the new channel, because this new channel is just for active subscribers. You know what I'm saying? Because like right now, I've never ever dropped my genealogy in 3 years on YouTube, and I'm finna bless this channel with my genealogy. We're gonna do part of it right here. You know, it's 4 branches of your genealogy. This is just one branch. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna drop today. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. But peace, everybody. Peace. Kaylee, walk on. Man. Yeah. Let me go back where they said it's like Bloods and Crips. Look, this coming out the white guy mouth. And y'all know, look, we got some old heads in here. Y'all know I'm always saying that, you know what I'm saying, that's where the gang culture comes from, because those chiefs, look, we call them OGs, right? But I call them chiefs, or I call them kings. Those were kings. That's why out in Chicago, you know what I'm saying, you had kings, you know what I'm saying, and some were kings. Some said they were the king of all kings, you know what I'm saying. And these men were kings. They were real chiefs. When I say a chief, that's how I look at a chief. When you able to rule, not rule, but really it is, because they're cool with your rulership. When you're able to contain and manifest and guide that amount of Indians, of wild primal energy, wild primal potential, infinite energy, up into the thousands at one time. That's why these YouTubers with these big channels who really don't have any information, who really just regurgitate information, that is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? That is dangerous, because you had great men who knew what they were doing, and they are in the feds, you know what I'm saying, for guiding the youth, making stuff better, you know what I'm saying, but just following what their ancestors were telling them through their DNA. And now these YouTubers, they don't realize that it's in our youth, it's in our people to listen to someone who seems as if they are a great wise person, or if they have a lot of information, or they have a lot of power, and it's just in our DNA. And so those people, those type people, sometimes make mistakes. They don't realize how much power they have, and they'll say something offhand, and it could be a lot of trouble. Let me just say that. You know what I'm saying? It could be a lot of trouble. But our vibrations are celestial. Yes, indeed, our vibes are different from anybody's on earth. But let me play this. Did I go? Yeah, I think I went around to the right time. Just check this out. And then we finna do a little bit. We finna just show y'all some black text and history, and then things of that nature.
Stan Wadey would have been in that group as well, if not having been warned and escaping from his home area to go to seclusion for days.
It was then that Wadey gathered supporters of the treaty together and led a series of attacks against the Ross Party.
Those that signed were assassinated by those that didn't sign. And then those that were assassinated then took reprisals.
That tipped off a back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
In 1840, it was then that Wadey gathered supporters of the treaty together and led a series of attacks against the Ross Party.
And it was what?
Those that signed
Go ahead.
were assassinated by those that didn't sign.
Wow.
And then those that were assassinated then took reprisals.
That tipped off a...
So you see what I'm saying? They weren't just sitting around. It wasn't just, I just don't agree. I just don't agree. Hell no. They were seeing about that shit, because they were really speaking for the whole nation. They were really speaking for people, and there was consequences behind action, because justice was always in the hand of the people. We the people, of the people. You know what I'm saying? When you say we the people, they're talking about us. When they say of the people, they're talking about somebody of us, so somebody that amalgamated with us, or trying to hang on to the land through our presence. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, you couldn't just make a decision, because they were gonna follow it, but after that decision was done, then you gotta defend yourself. You gotta defend not only your decision, not only the reason why you made that decision, but you gotta defend your decision making ability, your decision making title. How the hell you just gonna continue to make decisions and it's unagreeable? And that's where I say the agreeable and unagreeable. And that's why I say on that Back to the Future video I did over there on Indigenous Realist channel, that's a good video, because it shows you that Booker T. Washington had the majority of the agreeable vote, and that's how he was able to present himself in front of the president in the board of directors, which I think is an early form of the Congress. But he was able to present himself in front of the citizens and represent the blacks, the so-called, I mean, not blacks, they weren't black then, they called them the American Negroes. You know what I'm saying? And he was even saying that we were from this land. And he said, cast down your bucket where you are. And I mentioned earlier the fact that we got to realize that all this industry and stuff the white man has built is nothing. This industry is fairly new. There's so much land. There's so much areas of expertise we can enter. There's so many areas of industry and commerce that we can enter, you all, as our own people, as our own nation. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just on paper, but it doesn't have to be just on paper, because there's land. Like there's plenty of land out in America, you all. Like, America is bigger than what they want you to think. We just take the highways. We just take the highways and freeways and interstates and streets. But think about how much uncharted land there really is still to this day to the mass majority of people. You got to consider it uncharted because your Negro ass has not walked through it. All you do is drive by it, but you don't know distance. Perspective of distance is not necessarily accurate when looking out your car windows. Everything is built with a curve. All glass is built with a curve. They build glass with a curve, you know what I'm saying? It's mandatory because they want to put off a perception of, like, you know what I'm saying? So just I don't know, you all. Start walking in nature more. Well, nah, y'all stay up out of nature. Start getting out there in the wilderness of North America more. And, you know what I'm saying? The wilderness of North America is beautiful, you all.
A back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
By those that didn't sign. And then those that were assassinated then took reprisals.
That tipped off a back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
In 1846, the U.S. took steps to halt the violence. Under the watch of peacekeeping troops in nearby,
tipped off a back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips.
Now, the way he said it, he didn't say it was like the Bloods and Crips, and that's why it caught my ears, because I always don't say it was like the Bloods and Crips. I say that shit, that gangbanging is just the tribes warring. I always say that shit. And if you look at, wow, that's powerful. And if you look at what he says, he doesn't say it's like the Bloods and Crips. This nigga say it was the Bloods and Crips. Just listen to what he says, y'all. I'm not making him say it. Just listen to what he says.
Back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
Murder elevated to an art form, where you get your But listen, we're gonna just go ahead and let them say about the police force. You know what I'm saying? Because this is your institution of police right here. This is when police came around right here. Listen to this.
In 1846, the U.S. took steps to halt the violence. Under the watch of peacekeeping troops in nearby Fort Gibson, the two factions were...
Under the halt of what? Go ahead. How the Hebrew Israelites do it? Go ahead. I got the Tamahu working for me.
And Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
In 1846, the U.S. took steps to halt the violence. Under the watch of peacekeeping troops in...
Them look like police stations to me. Look, Indian Territory. So look, this is the whole of Oklahoma. And then look, it's a Cherokee Territory. And then look, god damn, they got them boys blocked off. Like, what's going on? Is this Bloods and Crips? I mean, like, look at this. They got to keep these niggas away from each other. But you telling me, like, this is just the disagreeable ones. This is what I'm saying. This plantationary work style, these migrant camps, and all those things are going on the bigger scale of the map. You know what I'm saying? On the rest of the map that they're not showing you, there's camps. Like what they want to tell you that the Jews went through. Them migration camps. Where do you think Hitler learned the shit from? Where do you think Hitler? You think Hitler was the invention of concentration camps? You think y'all thought Hitler invented that shit? Hell nah. Man, the motherfucking European immigrant created concentration camps, and it was right here in America. That's what they're not telling you. Then they turned them into migratory camps. Then they turned them into workman camps. And now what do they call it? Workman camp. It's, I mean, like, come on, bro. Like let me just show y'all. Let me just say something else. Like, let me just let him say this. I love hearing him say it, so let me just hear him. Because I've been saying this for years, you all. And, you know, a lot of people got to hear it when the Europeans say it. They don't want to hear it unless the Europeans say it. I hope they haven't took down the video, because this is my damn video. Am I sharing the screen, or can y'all see my face? I mean, like, come on, bro. Like, okay. Because I know most people, they need Massa to tell them. When a brother tell them, they be like, brother crazy. Brother lost his mind. But when Massa tell you, you don't want to hear it unless the Europeans say it. Okay. I hope they haven't. Hopefully I got the screen share, you all. I'm really being lazy. Let me just exit out the... Okay, I think we on there. I mean, like, come on, bro. Like... Okay, hopefully I'm sharing the screen. But a lot of people need Master to say it. A lot of people need this guy to say it. So we're going to let this guy say it. And by the way, this is... the anomaly of Sebi Illuminati.
Back and forth murder environment in the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
To an art form. Real Crip and Blood shit.
In 1946, the U.S. took steps to halt the violence. Under the watch of peacekeeping troops in nearby Fort Gibson, the two factions were compelled to bury the hatchet. John Ross's status as principal chief was affirmed.
Am I not sharing the damn screen?
The Cherokees were once again one nation.
Damn, my bad, you all. Let me make sure once and for all. Damn, y'all can see me all the theatrics back here. I thought I was sharing the screen. I had seen a comment from Empress Holbert say I was sharing the screen.
When the southern states are still announcing their succession, there is pressure on the Cherokee.
Oh man, sis, I wasn't sharing. I'm sharing now.
Both sides considered Indian Territory a buffer zone. Kansas to the north and Texas to the south. But
look at this. Listen to this. He telling you where the Indians really at. Listen to this. Listen to this. I'm glad I could stop. He finna tell you, listen. Hey. He finna tell you where the Indians really at, right? He said Indian Territory, right? This is when the name change begins. Just look through history. This is when the name changing begins to happen. You know what I'm saying? This is the Civil War we're talking about. This is when the name change begins to happen, you all, around this time. And the guy is saying, the guy said, what did he just say? I'm just gonna play it, man. He messed me up with that one. Oh, yeah. He said, Indian Territory. So look at Indian Territory. Right here. Indian Territory. Then you got the big Fort Gibson and all the little mini forts all around, these little blue spots. But he said this is a buffer. What is a buffer? A divider between something. So this is really Cherokee Territory. This is in the Indian Territory, so the buffer is from the south. The buffer, they're being buffered and protected from the south. I mean, I'm not making it up. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying what my perception, what my understanding of the shit is. You know what I'm saying? This is how I'm getting it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is just what they're saying, a buffer. That means people was trying to get at these people. People was trying to get at these people. They were trying to get at these people. all the atrocities that these people, these reservationists had done. Y'all forgetting about the atrocities that these reservationists had did. These paperworks and shit that they signed. Why do y'all think I'm against paperwork? Why do y'all think I don't claim those tribes and no, you don't see me? Because you gotta remember the mass atrocities that were committed against us right here on our own land. Let's stop banging on the African and bang where it's really needed. Like, come on, man. Like, as black people, as Indian people, as Aboriginal, Indigenous, Autochthonous, Origines, Aborigines, as real people, as human people, children of the Most High, children of the Elohim, Elohim's in existence. Whatever you feel, solar children, solar beings. Like, why aren't we speaking out against that? Like, we know who we are now. We can start it. Like, people think about starting governments. We can start a government like this. It's not about that. I'm telling you, it's more about righting the wrongs, righting the atrocities that have been committed. That's why this is basically what I'm saying is this is why I stay away from paperwork. You know what I'm saying? This is how America was lost. This is how our history, our culture was lost. When you're talking about this reservationist, you're talking about somebody that preserved their bullshit imitation culture and left ours to just die out, to just drown in the mud, you all. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all gotta realize that these reservationists, that their elders are some of the only people who could just come right out and right the wrongs that have been committed against our people. The real Aborigines, the real Origines, the real indigenous people, the real Indian that was here, that has always been here, who welcomed these people on the land. They're comfortable living like that on those reservations because we kept them on reservations prior to the European coming over here. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the reason why they were even on the West Coast, on the East Coast. We had they ass section off over that way. They didn't come out west. That's why they didn't want to come out here. They kicked, screamed, punched, and grabbed. Aboriginals with them who were mad about that, who seen about that. That caused a great division. And now you see the first protection custody, the first protective custody going on right here with this Cherokee territory, this protective custody situation going on. You know what I'm saying? This is a little protective custody situation. Let's call it what it is. They call Indian territory their buffer zone. Come on, man. Let's press play. Cause I get real in my feelings. You know what I'm saying? I get real angry when I think about someone sitting up on reservations, on little reserved areas, like they got a reserved meal ticket for the rest of eternity, while our people are killing each other and dying, and other people are killing us and feeding us foods, and we're dying through food, we're dying through poison, we're dying through water systems, we're dying through living too close to so many energetic beings. We need to be out on the land with our feet in the ground. Like, y'all don't understand the qualities and benefits of being away from so many motherfuckers. Y'all don't know how crazy you all go in the city, like how much stress and stuff wouldn't be there. Like the paranoia, the anxiety, those type things wouldn't be there. The stress, the overindulgence, like anything you can think of, you all, like that shit goes away when you get the fuck away from wicked people. You're sitting there around their 4G tower, around their all their cords and wires and fiber optic cables and all these different types of digital things, and we are digital beings, and they're hitting us on a level that we haven't even started to explore yet. This digital place, we haven't even started exploring the digital place. And then us as individuals not even keeping up with our spiritual nature. We don't even give a damn about our spirit no more. We don't give a damn about our soul. We don't have no kind of spirituality. I get laughed at. Like, I speak about things about the spiritual, things about the higher consciousness, think about that, and people think it's like the funniest thing on earth. And I think all the other bullshit people talk about is like the funniest things on earth. If it ain't about history, if it ain't about your family history, about being a part of history right now in the presence, or about doing something for the people, bro, or something like that, bro, I think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't about spiritualism and analyzing different religions and different cults and different sciences and different occultic systems and different schools of thoughts, and filtering that information and seeing what's good for our people and what's not, who the hell else is gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? We're bringing the information that we're Indian, cool. We're bringing the information that we're Aboriginal, cool. We're bringing all these new unique names and unique terms and giving all this power, just like they brought black power in the past. We're bringing a power now. You know what I'm saying? This Aboriginal, you know what I'm saying? This indigenous, this autochthonous, this sense of pride they were starting to get. You know what I'm saying? But where's the sense of consciousness? I see a lack of consciousness going on in our people. You know what I'm saying? And where anybody could come in with any foreign concept and just fool the people. Nah, hell no, we're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? We know we were hit on the paperwork. They came in with paperwork and stole our land. They came in with their religions and stole our land. They came in with their concepts and stole our land. They came in with their constructs and their lies and their filthy deals. We know what happened. We know what, in their religions, their filthy religions, we know how this land was lost. And we know how the fuck to get it back. Let's stop playing. Let's stop acting like we don't. Let's stop acting like we don't know our proper status, the proper way to represent ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop acting like we don't have any kind of law sense. We just run to a lawyer. Anytime you get in trouble, you just run to a lawyer. Like lawyer is in Latin for liar. Looking up in space with NASA, like NASA is in Latin, like NASA is in Hebrew for liar. They're bringing their languages and their foreign concepts over here, and we're just falling in love with them. And I say, hell nah. Hell fucking nah. Hell fucking nah. Not on my watch. Fuck all that shit. I don't care about money. I don't care about anything. You know what I'm saying? Not on my watch. That's what I'm saying. Not on my watch. When my watch is done, people can fool my people. They can do whatever they want. But then it'll be somebody else's watch. Not on my son's watch. Not on my students' watch. Not on my friends' watch. Not on anybody that's been around me. No, we're going to know the culture. We're going to know the real, what really happened. And we're going to see the past and not let it happen again in the present and control our future. We're going to control our future this time around. You know what I'm saying? We're going to control our future. They got us fucked up.
To bury the hatchet. John Ross's status as principal chief was affirmed, and the Cherokees were once again one nation, but only on the surface.
Indeed.
The Civil War will split the old wound wide open. Before the first shots are fired, when the southern states are still announcing their succession, there is pressure on the Cherokee to choose sides.
Both sides considered Indian Territory a buffer zone, Kansas to the north and Texas to the south. But it was more important to the Confederacy because they thought they would be vulnerable for an attack through Indian Territory, which is why they aggressively recruited Native Americans to fight there.
Confederate recruiters promised the Cherokee a place within the Confederate Congress and a way to continue a lifestyle that is, in many ways, Southern.
Many of the Cherokees had plantations just like you'd find in Mississippi.
Let's get to the truth of the matter. Let's get to the truth of the matter. My bad, I had got sidetracked. Let's get to the truth of the matter. I'm going to start it back 1 minute. I'm going to rewind to 60 seconds because I missed it. You know what I'm saying? I was in the chat. Let's get to the truth of the matter. Let's see what the truth of the matter is.
Affirmed, and the Cherokees were once again one nation, but only on the surface.
Okay, let me go back.
In the Cherokee Nation that went on for years. It was Bloods and Crips, and it was murder elevated to an art form.
In 1846, the U.S. took steps to halt the violence. Under the watch of peacekeeping troops in nearby Fort Gibson, the two factions were compelled to bury the hatchet. John Ross's status as principal chief was a...
Okay, that's what I wanted to say. This white man, just like today, if we get in an argument in our community, or we get in something happens in our community, we don't know how to take care of it ourselves. So what we do is let Mouser take care of it, and that's what we got to stop doing. Mouser can no longer get inside of our business unless we love seeing our men go to jail. We love seeing our women go to jail. We love seeing our men and women and children getting killed in the streets. We gotta get our business out of the white man's business. I'm just giving nation building tools. You know what I'm saying? People talk law and civics. I want to just give my own, you know what I'm saying, my own thoughts on laws and civics. You know what I'm saying? This is the person we need to be segregating ourselves from legally and civically and socially. You know what I'm saying? If not physically. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have any physical contact with these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not scared to say stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? This is Black Indian Chief Channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being racist in any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that way back here, 100 years ago, you know what I'm saying, that this same person was intervening in all of our matters, that we didn't have any private matters way back then. And they're still, this is how they stay in power, by intervening in your private matters. You know what I'm saying? Because privacy only matters when it comes to them. They're the most privatest people. You know what I'm saying? That's why they even call themselves private. Hey, private. You know what I'm saying? They're private people. That's why sovereign citizenship and private citizens, well, private citizen is different from sovereign citizenship. And sovereign citizenship can't work because it's only for these people. It's only for these people, and it's a European concept. It's not for black people. So anytime you hear somebody using the term the term sovereign, and they look black, oh, run away. Because, you know what I'm saying, they're just going to get you killed. R.I.P. Korean gangs.
Affirmed, and the Cherokees were once again one nation, but only on the surface. The Civil War will split the old wound wide open. Before the first shots are fired, when the southern states are still announcing their succession, there is pressure on the Cherokee to choose sides.
Both sides considered Indian Territory a buffer zone, Kansas to the north and Texas to the south. But it was more important to the Confederacy because they thought they would be vulnerable for an attack through Indian Territory, which is...
Y'all hear that? Look, I'm going to rewind it. They thought they were going to be vulnerable to attack. They scared to death. They done took all these deals with the white man. Look at your average snitch these days. You done took all these motherfucking deals with the white man. Your nigga ass done took all these deals. You done just sold people out. Just done ratted on the people. And now you need protection from the white man. I mean, you need protection from your own people. You gotta run to the white man for protection. That's crazy. Y'all know I don't use the terms black and white. I use European and I use indigenous. You know what I'm saying? Or I use Aboriginal. Or I use copper colored. You know what I'm saying? There's so many more beautiful names we can use besides the term black and white. You know what I'm saying? And call them pale skins or Europeans, because that's what they are. Or European immigrants, or immigrants period, or migrants. Call them migrants, or peasants, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest, slaves, Slavics, slaves, things like that. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be offended. Euros. You know what I'm saying? Old Nick, Shaitan, you know, anything you want to call them, you can call them that. Just don't call them white, don't call us black. But for the principles of using these terms over here on Black Indian Chief, you know what I'm saying, channel, I'm gonna use black and white because we're trying to inspire a sense of black Indian power in the people over here on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what we're failing to realize, and this is why I'm no longer a part of any kind of community or anything. I'm just a solo researcher, solo doing my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the best way to do it. And the reason why is because, man, I'm not leaving black people behind. You know what I'm saying? I happen to have been black at one point in time, just like the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? And people forget that. People forget that we used to be black. Like, we got a sense of, we get an Aboriginal sense of you know what I'm saying, consciousness, or we get a Moorish sense of consciousness, or we get a Kemetic sense. Not a Kemetic, that's what I'm saying. That's why people love the other side. They love the other side because they still repping for black people. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm firmly established representing for indigenous people, Indian people, Aboriginal people, Indigenous people. But now it's my duty as me coming from a black paradigm, you know what I'm saying? Me coming from that. I came from that, you know what I'm saying? And all the youth of the future are finna come from that. So what the hell I look like not putting out information that's going to reach black people, not putting out information that's going to reach black children, not putting out information that's going to reach black people? It's not going to give any kind of power. No, my information needs to do something for black people also. You know what I'm saying? Because I got my information from black people. That's what we got to stop sleeping on. The fact that the people that we got information from were called Moors. The people we got information from, now I'm saying like it's individuals, the people we got information from were called African Americans, were called Pan-Africans, were called black people. But yet, we get the information and now it's like, fuck a black person, fuck an African American, fuck. No, those are still our people. They're still going to call my children black one day. They're still going to call my children African American one day. My children are still going to have to tell people, no, I'm an Indian. You know what I'm saying? One day, I can't wait. It's gonna make me so proud. But that's all I want to say, man. We gotta realize that that's what this channel is about. Our people are steady being killed and oppressed, and they're not calling them Indians when they get killed and oppressed, so no one is bringing sight to it. If all we're typing in the search bar is Aboriginal, Indigenous, Autochthonous, Origine, Aborigine, but yet we're not speaking on political things that's going on with black people. We're not speaking on the atrocities that have been committed to and are still being committed to black people. We're just bringing a higher consciousness. Okay, I'm gonna step my because I'm higher consciousness, you know what I'm saying, all the way up, you know what I'm saying. And I was high consciousness before I ever stepped on YouTube, but it's like since I've been on here, I didn't just experience a whole nother boost, you know what I'm saying. And so I'll step down, you know what I'm saying, and I'll create a new channel and call it Black Indian Chief, and I'll take the harassments of repping the name black, and I'll stand for black people, and I'll bring information for black people. That's what this channel is about. I'm gonna be bringing information for black people because they need the information, you know what I'm saying. They need it, you know what I'm saying, more than we need it, and those are my people. So let me go back to that. My bad, y'all. I went into black power mode. See, I get into black power mode harder than, and that's what I'm saying. I've been seeing there's a lack of intellectual presence. See, the Aboriginal community, we got all the damn intellectual presence. I don't see no spiritual presence. There's a spiritual presence. There's small little communities that's springing up. HOTC, you know what I'm saying, House of Truth Consciousness. I see them. They didn't spawn, you know what I'm saying. They bringing consciousness to the people, but that's a small group, you know what I'm saying. Shout out to them. Subscribe to anybody you see hashtag HOTC. I'm not even a part of that group, and I give them a shout out because it's just about consciousness. And black people still need consciousness, and so do the Indians, and black people still need information, and we're gonna give it to them. We're gonna bring them this information. But here we go. I'm finna press play.
John Ross's status as principal chief was affirmed, and the Cherokees were once again one nation, but only on the surface. The Civil War will split the old wound wide open. Before the first shots are fired, when the southern states are still announcing their succession, there is pressure on the Cherokee to choose sides.
Okay, now, right now, not just on the internet, but in our everyday lives, we are forced with choices to choose sides. You can't just stand on your own 2 feet these days. Oh no, you gotta ride with my cause, or this person cause, or that person cause. You can't stand on your own 2 feet. You can't be self. You can't manifest your own consciousness in a certain way. Oh no, we don't wear our feathers. We don't wear our feathers like that. Oh no, brother, we don't say this word like that. That word spelt like this. Do you know what that word means? The real reason why we use it? Listen, we can't be running around harassing the people sounding like Moors or sounding like Nation of Islam people. No offense, no, I'm not meaning no offensive term to anybody. I build with these people. I love these people. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with these people. Sorry for my language, but anyway, make sure y'all subscribe to Black Indian Chief. You know what I'm saying? We tuned in. This is a consciousness zone. This is an intellectual warehouse. Anyway, let me play this. We're still forced to pick sides, and I'm not even going to hint towards it, but people always want you to choose a side or to choose this or that, and if it's not innate in us, if we don't have it innate in us to step out and be like, no, where's the alternate side? No, there has to be some kind of third choice. Where's option 3? Where's the third? What's behind door number 3? I don't want to be a part of your group. I don't want to be a part of your group. I don't even want to be a part of a group. I want to be a part of a community of self, under self-science, self-knowledge, self-sufficiency, self-love, self-pride, etc. You know what I'm saying? But let me play this. But they were forcing them to pick sides, you know what I'm saying? Get down or lay down. That's why they turn around and constructed, you know what I'm saying, these government constructed gangs. And people are going to hate me for that. People are going to hate me. People are going to hate me. People in my personal life are going to hate me for saying that gangs were created by the government and through Freemasonry. People gonna hate me for saying that. They're gonna say, man, we're gonna kill cuz. We gonna kill cuz for saying that. You know what I'm saying? But it has to be said, because one day someone may come to my children with a proposition. Hey, you know what I'm saying? You gonna rock with this, you gonna groove with this, you gonna bang with this, you gonna loke with this, you gonna swoop with this. You know what I'm saying? I'm a father, you know what I'm saying, of a lot of children. You know what I'm saying? I consider myself, man, y'all know I got many personages. But anyway, let me play this.
We'll split the old wound wide open. Before the first shots are fired, when the southern states are still announcing their succession, there is pressure on the Cherokee to choose sides.
Both sides considered Indian Territory a buffer zone, Kansas to the north and Texas to the south. But it was more important to the Confederacy because they thought they would be vulnerable for an attack through Indian Territory, which is why they aggressively recruited Native Americans to fight there.
Confederate recruiters promised the Cherokee a place within the Confederate Congress and a way to continue a lifestyle that is, in many ways, Southern.
Many of the Cherokees had plantations just like you'd find in Mississippi or Alabama. They were wearing their hair long and curled at the end and were wearing...
Okay, damn, he already dropped the bomb about the hair being curled at the end. But I wanted to say this. He said many Indians were, they own plantations. I'm gonna play it back. I'm just gonna let y'all hear it. I'm not even gonna stop it because I want to get into this genealogy. I'm finna show some genealogy in my family tree. You all know when dealing with genealogy, straight from you have 4 branches. You know what I'm saying? It comes from you. You have 4 lines of genealogy, and then it goes on and on and on. So people say they've already researched their genealogy. I'm pretty sure they've halfway searched or partway searched one branch of their genealogy, one branch of their family tree, but they're still missing. They haven't got to that root, because you'll see when they get down further, you'll see, you know what I'm saying, what others have seen, you know what I'm saying, and people keep private, you know what I'm saying, but you can trace it back further than you think, and then you'll stop believing in beliefs. You'll start knowing certain things are true.
Confederate recruiters promised the Cherokee a place within the Confederate Congress and a way to continue a lifestyle that is, in many ways, Southern.
Many of the Cherokees had plantations just like you'd find in Mississippi or Alabama. They were wearing their hair long and curled at the end and were wearing gentlemen's finery.
Now, we were still doing this Think about it. These Indians he's talking about wearing their hair long and curled at the end. You know what I'm saying? That's the natural hair texture, by the way. You know what I'm saying? If you let your hair grow out, you know what I'm saying, your shit is gonna drip with the curl at the end. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it's gonna do. And that's why I'm growing mines back out. You know what I'm saying? It's a process. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting there. You know what I'm saying? Wait, let me see. Yeah, it's starting to grow. You know what I'm saying? And once it do, y'all gonna see it. They keep trying to cut my hair off. I ain't cutting it no more. You know what I'm saying? I let them cut it last time. It was all the way to my shoulders with the coils all in. But anyway, man, Future Teller, peace, bro. Everyone, peace. Everyone that's in the chat, peace. Thank you all for coming. We're gonna premiere this video on the main channel also. You know what I'm saying? Later. But thank y'all for coming. Let me see how long we've been in here. We've been in here quite a while. We're actually finna go to the genealogy. Let's go ahead and show y'all some of this genealogy, man. Let me see. Was I at a point where? Oh yeah, I was just talking about the hair. Let me see if he say anything else crucial.
Southerners, many of them Southern planters, with slaves.
Slaves here in the Indian Territory had a little bit more freedom than they necessarily would in the South.
Oh, okay. Listen to this.
Carry weapons. They were able to deal with cash. They were allowed to live in their own quarters. So
okay, maybe let me see. Maybe I'm not screen sharing, but I want you all to hear this, and then we're gonna look at my genealogy. We're gonna do a little brief glimpse at my genealogy, y'all. This is just one little tree. It's just one little branch. But let me make sure I'm screen sharing. Okay, we was screen sharing, so let me get that back up here for y'all. Boom, boom. Y'all hear my vibrational music? Haya, 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 pal. The realist, the noble, the chief. Subscribe to Black Indian Chief and the main channel, Indigenous Realist.
Many of the Cherokees had plantations just like you'd find in Mississippi or Alabama. They were wearing their hair long and curled at the end and were wearing gentlemen's finery. They were living the life as Southerners, many of them Southern planters, with slaves.
Slaves here in the Indian Territory had a little bit more freedom than they necessarily would in the South. They were able to carry weapons. They were able to deal with cash. They were allowed to live in their own quarters. So it wasn't exactly freedom in here, so don't get me wrong with that. It was definitely...
Niggas wonder why. Original Night Wolf, peace, higher power. People wonder why we always say that we're living on a fucking reservation. Pardon my language, but I still, children still in school. It's only 2. Got the same but low signal same time. Just got the same battery, low signal same time. Wow. That's crazy. Look at this though, higher powers. Y'all check this out. God just said that the slaves were treated different. They were allowed to carry guns. They were allowed to have money. They were allowed to... Check this out. This is what's going on right now in this modern slavery. As soon as you now when you catch a felony, you catch one felony, you catch a misdemeanor, whatever, you catch any kind of crime, once you are convicted of a crime, according to the 13th Amendment, you are a slave. So right now, we are slaves. You got people walking around misdemeanors, tickets and stuff, thinking they're free, and they're a slave, but they still got their guns, they still got their money, they still got everything, you know what I'm saying? But according to the 13th Amendment, you know what I'm saying, we are where we are. And that's just crazy, right? But I'm finna play it. That's crazy. Listen to him say it though.
Mississippi or Alabama, they were wearing their hair long and curled at the end and were wearing gentlemen's finery.
We still do that.
Living the life as Southerners, many of them Southern planters, with slaves.
Slaves here in the Indian Territory had a little bit more freedom than they necessarily would in the South. They were able to carry weapons. They were able to deal with cash. They were allowed to live in their own quarters. So it wasn't exactly freedom in here, so don't get me wrong with that. It was definitely slavery, but it was a little bit more relaxed than in the general South.
The Union, by contrast, seems to give up on the Indian Territory.
At the onset of the war, Union soldiers were taken from the west. Most of the forts were closed up and east, basically to guard Washington, D.C.
The Union troops were basically sent eastward from April and May of 1861 and were to abandon Indian territory to Confederate forces.
The move leaves John Ross, who has long enjoyed the support of the federal government, in a vulnerable position. A vulnerability that Stan Watie is quick to exploit.
Stan Watie, for example, he gathered up a bunch of troops to support the Confederacy even before the Confederacy had a president. So the political lines were drawn on the old treaties.
Watie, I believe, saw the Civil War as an opportunity to set the record straight, and not so much by putting the hatchet in those that had killed his uncle and his cousins and his brother and had attempted on his life, but to set the record straight by handing the power of the government over to a group of individuals that had and was responsible for setting the course.
Hey, this is funny when don't this guy look just like Eddie Griffin? This guy looks just like Eddie Griffin. And the thing about that is he's talking about right here, and I'm finna actually get off of this. I mean, we're finna actually do a little genealogy. But he's talking about how the guy in his anger, what he went and did was just hand over the nation, like whatever nation he had power over at that time. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy.
Record straight by handing the power of the government over to a group of individuals that had and was responsible for setting the course of the Cherokee people.
When the Confederates offer Watie a commandership, he eagerly accepts. The Indian territories are about to be torn by a civil war within a civil war.
There was a vendetta that was right under the surface, and Stan Watie, to some degree, saw his chance during the Civil War to take back the Cherokee Nation.
It is the summer of 1862. The Union forces that had pulled out of Indian Territory a year before return in force. They fight their way back over the Kansas border and retake Fort Gibson. This so-called buffer zone, the no man's land between the forces of the North and the South, is too important to abandon to the Confederacy.
It's really a gateway to get to Arkansas and then to the Mississippi and then ultimately to New Orleans. Not to mention your way down to Texas.
You know what I'm saying? Listen to the places. This is key. This is a good place to bring in the genealogy too, because we're actually finna talk about the Black Texans. And you're going to see one of my ancestors in there. And you all should check it out if you have family from Texas. Anybody seeing this stream from the present, future, or the past. You know what I'm saying? You may have family on the Black Texan list. Or see what state your people are from and see what the different type of narratives they have from that day and age. And you should share them on the internet, and maybe they'll spark it in someone else. You know what I'm saying? To share something similar like I'm going to share today.
Buffer zone, the no man's land between the forces of the North and the South, is too important to abandon to the Confederacy.
It's really a gateway to get to Arkansas and then to the Mississippi and then ultimately to New Orleans. Not to mention your way down to Texas. So they really saw it as a key element to preserving the West. The Union was worried about losing Missouri. They saw if they lost Missouri, then the whole Western theater would fall.
The whole Western theater.
3 days after they retake Fort Gibson, the Union soldiers are approaching
the whole Western theater.
Lost Missouri, then the whole Western theater would fall.
3 days after they retake.
Time out of 10. And if you got Instagram, hit me up, Original Nightwolf. That's my family. That's crazy. Hit me up on Instagram at Save Illuminati or Chief Sebi. Hit me up, Nightwolf. That's crazy. I've been seeing your name forever, and I ain't never knew you had hunts. That's my family, though, for sure. And I'm actually gonna show you the. I used to go to the Hunt family reunions and everything.
And he learned from that very quickly that he didn't want to do a set piece with the Union because they were generally better equipped and better trained. And that's do a set piece battle, Napoleonic style.
In 1862, when the Union Army returns to Indian Territory, Watie finds a more suitable time.
My bad if it's an ad, you all.
We're acceptance insurance, and we
Target.
Stan Watie saw to it that not only Fort Gibson was being harassed after its reoccupation by federal troops, but their supply lines coming out of Fort Scott, Kansas were under constant harassment or seizure by Stan Watie and his men.
Any Union soldier who leaves the safety of the fort risks a deadly encounter.
And he became a hit-and-run artist. And he was very good at it.
That success is reflected in the unorthodox appearance of his men.
Watie's boys are accused many times of being dressed as Federals. The Confederacy wasn't able to send them uniforms or equipment or ammunition or food. So the only place that the Confederates, if they wanted to keep themselves fed, clothed, and supplied with ammunition, was to take it from the Union.
Supplies of any kind are scarce in Indian Territory. In the course of the war, nearly every settlement is put to the torch. More than 90 battles will be fought in its streets and fields as the Confederates use it to draw in and bog down more and more Union troops.
To a large extent, it was a way to divert Union attention from the Eastern Front. And that was one of the centers of the strategy of the Confederacy.
Each time a major Confederate campaign is launched in the East, Stan Watie redoubles his attacks along the Kansas border, drawing Union soldiers away from where they are needed most. The frustrated Federal troops make Watie their primary target as his daring raids capture the imagination of the public and the press, which dubs him the Red Fox.
They called Stan Watie the Red Fox because he was slippery and hard to catch. And he would appear when you would least expect him.
Confederacy.
Why y'all think Red Fox called himself Red Fox? Why y'all think Red Fox called himself Red Fox? And he even looked like Red Fox. Check it out.
Campaign is launched in the East, Stan Watie redoubles his attacks along the Kansas border, drawing Union soldiers away from where they are needed most. The frustrated Federal troops make Watie their primary target as his daring raids capture the imagination of the public and the press, which dubs him the Red Fox.
They called Stan Watie the Red Fox because he was slippery and hard to catch. And he would appear when you would least expect him to, getting your chickens out of the chicken coop, so to speak.
But Watie's greatest fame comes near the end of the war, shortly after his promotion to Brigadier General. In the summer of 1864, Watie learns from a prisoner of war that a Union wagon train bearing $1 million worth of supplies is about to leave Fort Scott for Fort Gibson.
They're supplying about 3,000 troops and about 9,000 refugees. So that's a lot of food supplies, tonnage, clothing that all has to come down in here. 300 wagons pulled by 4 mules, so it was huge.
Watie knows the route they will take. He confers with one of his white counterparts, a Texas brigadier general named Richard Gano, and outlines a daring plan of attack. On September 18th, the two generals gather some 2,000 troops, half white, half Cherokee, on the high bluffs around Cabin Creek. As darkness falls, they approach the spot where the wagon train, guarded by about 460 well-armed Federal troops, has camped for the night.
Troops are bedded down for the most part. You know, they got their boots off, they got their shoes off, their rifles are stacked. They're either in their tents or laying out on the stars, and they're asleep. Mules are quietly grazing.
Under cover of darkness, Watie's men ford the creek and approach from the west. Gano's men close in from the east. The creek itself becomes their third flank. Their first target, however, is not the sleeping men, but the mules tethered a short distance away.
And the next thing you know, there's cannon fire.
The mules stampede, taking with them the only chance the Union has to move their wagons out of the line of fire.
Now you're waking up out of a dead sleep to cannon fire, first of all. Then you're trying to get your shoes on, you're trying to find your rifle, and mules are running through, just kicking and going crazy. It's at night, you're disoriented, you have no idea of where...
Good strategy.
Set a line of battle. You have no idea where the enemy is coming from.
In the confusion, the federal troops break and run.
So the Union never could really put up a good defense. And then the Confederates just swooped down on top of them.
With more than 160 federal troops killed or wounded and only 45 Confederate dead, Watie and Gano load up what they can and burn the rest of the supply train.
Some 300 wagons, hundreds of mules, livestock were taken in that raid, and in each of those wagons badly needed food, clothing, armament, powder, all of the munitions and supplies needed to continue the war.
See, this is what I say we gotta watch, right? Let me just get down to basics, because this is Black Indian Chief. And this is a motherfucking Black Power channel. And I gotta say it like this. I always say that when the European plans to end the world, or when he figures out that his rule is at an end over here in the Americas, what he will do, instead of yielding or accepting defeat and walking off or going to a reservation or taking his own, course of action, or seeing what his destiny is, they would rather, when they see all is lost, what they're going to do is press the buttons and blow this thing to smithereens. Just blow this thing to smithereens. If they can't have it, nobody can have it. That's how the European feels. That's how the European thinks. If I can't have it, nobody can have it. And they're going to blow that thing to smithereens. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what they're going to try to do to the Americas. And that's why more and more of us need to be woke, so we can be eyes to the sky in our hemisphere. In our hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Forget what's going on in outer space. What the hell is going on in these skies? These fake clouds. These all this shit they're dropping out of these planes, these dust clouds, these fake clouds, this poison, these 5G towers, these genetically modified policy enforcers and things of that nature. Let's remember what we're dealing with. Let's remember what the hell we're dealing with.
Confederate dead, Watie and Gano load up what they can and burn the rest of the supply train.
Some 300 wagons, hundreds of mules, livestock were taken in that raid, and in each of those wagons badly needed food, clothing, armament, powder, all of the munitions and supplies needed to continue the war.
The generals managed to elude the reinforcements sent from Fort Gibson and escape with their prize. The high-profile victory unnerves the Union and boosts Confederate morale. The South seems to take back Indian territory and push northward, but it is not to be. In the East, the Union General William Tecumseh Sherman has reached Atlanta. The tide is about to turn.
Unfortunately, as big as that victory was, and it was lauded all the way to Jefferson Davis' office, still it was too little too late for the Confederacy and the Cherokee Nation.
The Confederate forces are destined to be drawn away from their successes in the Indian Territory. Another conflict, unfolding hundreds of miles away, is about to change the momentum of the war. Deep in the swamps of the South, another warrior readies for battle. Like Stan Watie, his is not a fight of ideology or of the issues of succession or slavery. but a war of personal retribution and revenge.
Are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives? Well, take a look at this. Over the last 3 years, while the establishment media was pushing false narratives and uncorroborated evidence, we investigated and shed light on some of the deepest government.
My bad for that ad.
The year is 1865, just before spring. No one yet knows it, but another change is in the air. The final days of the Civil War are coming. On a humble farm near Pembroke, North Carolina, several members of the Lumbee tribe gather by a makeshift grave. Those who lie within have been dead only a few hours, shot execution style. It is over this freshly turned earth that an oath is sworn. The Lumbee will fight the Confederacy with everything they have.
My bad, y'all.
And as poorly armed as they
Shit.
are, it will be
You ever
enough
not
to
know
help
you're hungry
turn the
till
tide of the war.
you eat and then you be like, ooh, I was hungry as
This
hell.
killing
That
is
shit was
just the
good.
latest in a conflict
Shit,
that began
yeah.
2 years before in what is now Robeson County. The
Right.
Lumbees that lived there then, as now, are survivors.
She
descendants
Sebi
of
gonna
just
be
a
mad
few
at me.
tight-knit families. Unlike the many Native Americans who were forcibly removed west, the Lumbees continue to exist on the fringes of society.
They were disenfranchised and they lived on the edges of the swamp. Their fear of the outside world led them to retreat into less accessible areas of the South for survival. That's to a large extent why they're there today, why they have survived, by being hidden within Southern society.
By staying largely out of sight, the Lumbees avoid many of the restrictions
What
being
up,
brought
Rainstorm?
on Native peoples living in the South.
In 1831, there was a major slave rebellion called the Nat Turner Rebellion in Southampton County, Virginia. The result was the South began to pass all kinds of laws restricting movements of people of color, including Native Americans. fearing
Okay.
that Native Americans
Okay.
and African Americans would ally.
The legislature took
Let's
away
go and
the
go
right
back
to
60
vote.
seconds.
Unlike
Y'all hear
many
all that
Native
smoke?
Americans
Let's
who
go
were
and go back
forcibly
60
removed
seconds.
west, the Lumbees continue to exist on the fringes of society.
They were disenfranchised and they lived on the
Now, they're not trying to say these are Geechee type people. That's what they're not trying to say. Damn, Rainstorm, I can't mod you, bro. I'm not on that channel. This Indigenous Realist in the chat, though. What up? Hey, what was I gonna say? I lost my thought. Oh yeah, but listen to this, you all. It's talking about these wild Indians. These wild, my kinfolks be them wild Indians. I don't know. Maybe that's why a lot of people don't like me. Yeah, you know, they descend from reservation Indians. You know what I'm saying? I descend from some wild Indians. My people was caught. And that's what I'm finna show y'all in the genealogy. My folks got caught. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't get away free like y'all people. I mean, I understand y'all people just went down. I mean, but my people really got away free. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just joking when I'm saying my people and y'all people. We all the same people. I'm really joking a lot, you all. We are all the same people. But what I'm saying is this. I don't come from no reservation Indians. My whole lineage, all the Indians in my family come from outside of a reservation. All of them. You had some of my family members who went to reservations, who lived in reservations, who are on the Dawes Rolls. But I'm saying that's just most of my people. We weren't no civilized type in that manner. We weren't westernized, civilized. No, you catch us in somewhere in Louisiana, somewhere in Georgia, somewhere in Texas, somewhere in California. You know what I'm saying? Arkansas, you know what I'm saying? Places like that. Let me see, my screen sharing. My bad, these cookies good. You got to treat yourself every once in a while. I'm finna start doing ASMR and just eat salad. I'm gonna start doing ASMR and eat salad, y'all, loud as hell while I'm streaming.
Unlike the many Native Americans who were forcibly removed west, the Lumbees continue to exist on the fringes of society.
They were disenfranchised and they lived on the edges of the swamp. Their fear of the outside world led them to retreat into less accessible areas of the South for survival. That's to a large extent why they're there today, why they have survived, by being hidden within Southern society.
By staying largely out
Oh
of
yeah,
sight,
get them calories
the
in.
Lumbees avoid many of the restrictions being brought to bear on Native peoples living in the South.
In 1831, there was a major slave rebellion called the Nat Turner Rebellion in there today, why they have survived, by being hidden within Southern society.
By staying largely out of sight, the Lumbees avoid many of the restrictions being brought to bear on Native peoples living in the South.
In 1830,
He giving you the damn key. I gave you the key. Get your ass on some land and get your ass out of sight, out of mind. You can live there for 10 generations. They not going through looking for Indians no more. They not rounding us up, scalping us no more. Only in their cities. When you show that characteristic that you're Indian in these cities, they're gonna round your ass up and handcuff you and scalp you. You know what I'm saying? I'm eating these cookies though, but y'all get what I'm saying.
there was a major slave rebellion called the Nat Turner Rebellion in Southampton County, Virginia. The result was the South began to pass all kinds of laws restricting movements of people of color, including
Make sure y'all sub if you haven't subbed to Black Indian Chief.
African Americans would ally.
The legislature took away the right to vote, the right to testify against whites, the right to be on juries. But in 1840, the General Assembly decided that people who were non-whites could not carry or possess firearms.
But in 1861, with the coming of the war, the Lumbees lose their carefully guarded anonymity. They are suddenly subject to a new kind of scrutiny, not as free persons of color, but as free labor.
The Confederacy embarked on a very ambitious engineering project, and they decided to build a system of elaborate forts that would protect the town of Wilmington, which was their main port. It had all of their destroyers, and the Confederate Navy was also stationed there.
Built near the mouth of the Cape Fear River out of earth, sand, and timbers, Fort Fisher will become the largest southern fortification built during the war, with batteries reaching as high as 60 feet.
The Confederates started building this massive fort that they called it the Gibraltar of the South Atlantic. But they needed labor to build this fortification.
It was a yellow fever epidemic that took away about 10% of the labor force, and then others had just run off because it was backbreaking work. So the Confederacy decided that they would use slaves to help out, but they also decided that the Lumbee tribe would be considered.
The conscripts are forced to work long hours with little food or rest, often standing waist-deep in water, exposed to malaria and yellow fever.
The conditions at Fort Fisher were terrible, but also the fact that the Native Americans were put into a slave status antagonized the Native Americans, the Lumbees especially, because they had always prided themselves as being independent peoples.
But it does not take long for this independence to reassert itself.
During this time of hard labor, many of the Lumbee young men were able to escape, and they took to the impenetrable swamp.
Oh shit, I've been done eating.
Deep in the woods and swamps, the
I don't
Lumbees
play no games. When I eat, I'm mow that shit down.
Forming a
When I see, I need to get back to fasting, y'all. Y'all brother picking that weight back up, man.
The knowledge that the Native
I'm well over 200 pounds again. I know it.
Region, surviving for several hundred years in that region, gave substantial advantage. They knew the physical geography, they knew the swamps, they knew how to elude the conscription officers.
The North Carolina Home Guard, which was basically an arm of the Confederate Army, couldn't get into the swamps, could not capture these people, and so they did take it out on their families in the Lumbee community.
In 1864, with their families vulnerable and starving, and many of their menfolk turned into virtual slaves, the fugitives begin striking back.
Y'all hear this? This is the Gullah Wars, really. They're not trying to say it.
By the conscriptions. 18-year-old Henry Berry.
They knew the physical geography, they knew the swamps, they knew how to elude the conscription officers.
The North Carolina Home Guard, which was basically an arm of the Confederate Army, couldn't get into the swamps, could not capture these people, and so they did take it out on their families in the Lumbee community.
In 1864, with their families vulnerable and starving, and many of their menfolk turned into virtual slaves, the fugitives begin striking back. Roused to action by a member of one of the families hardest hit by the conscriptions, 18-year-old Henry Berry Lowry.
Henry Berry Lowry started raiding not because he was against the Confederacy and loyal to the Union. It was basically for tribal survival. They were starving to death, and so he thought that by raiding the wealthy plantations, he could feed the community, and he did.
This is where Robin Hood come from. This is where Robin Hood comes from.
With their families vulnerable and starving, and many of their menfolk turned into virtual slaves, the fugitives begin striking back.
Gullah War.
Roused to action by a member of one of the families hardest hit by the conscriptions, 18-year-old Henry Berry Lowry.
Henry Berry Lowry started raiding not because he was against the Confederacy and loyal to the Union. It was basically for tribal survival. They were starving to death, and so he thought that by raiding the wealthy plantations, he could feed the community, and he did. Both white and red, he fed them and slowly became a folk hero, probably as legendary as Robin Hood.
Robin Hood, I told you.
Over time, the raiders grow bolder.
Y'all gotta hear the cracker say it though.
They began to
he said it, so it's true now.
Against the home guards who conscripted them.
Y'all don't believe your brother.
Henry Berry would go out and target certain people, the wealthy plantation owners. He would harm them, whereas the people who were conscripting Lumbee men, he would kill them.
The Confederate Home Guard.
They said they did what?
Retribution for
Go ahead.
Attacks.
What the Hebrew Israelites say? Go ahead. What they do?
Henry Berry would go out and target certain people, the wealthy plantation owners.
Gang
He would
stalking.
not harm them, whereas the people who were conscripting Lumbee men, he would kill them.
Oh, people who were against the Lumbee man. So people who were against
extract their own retribution for
these Geechee type people.
One of the most brutal reprisals comes in the spring of 1865 on the Lowry family.
So wait a second, Robin Hood was going around killing white folks. They don't tell you that part.
Target certain people, the wealthy plantation owners, he would not harm them, whereas the people who were conscripting Lumbee men,
Are you conscripting?
kill them.
Gonna kill you.
The Confederate
One to the head.
Guard extract their own retribution for these attacks.
What they do?
One of the most brutal reprisals comes in the spring of 1865.
Go ahead.
On the Lowry family farm.
Allen Lowry, Henry Berry's father, was accused of stealing livestock and harboring Union soldiers. The Home Guard came to investigate, and they arrested Allen and his brother. Some versions of the story state that Henry Berry left.
Now you know I was 235. I was 235 pounds. I did my 44-day fast. I was 185. You know what I'm saying? So I had lost 50 pounds. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gaining it back. I'm finna start going to the gym so we can get some mass gains. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be doing y'all know me, I'm gonna be recording in the gym. Me and my bestie gonna get us a membership. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be putting on in the gym. Ooh, bestie gonna be looking good.
Lowry was not home at that time, but most claim that he was hiding in the bushes and watched as his father and his uncle dug their own graves and were shot dead.
Wow.
It is over this grave that Henry Berry Lowry and his band swear to do all they can to thwart the Confederacy.
to thwart the Confederacy. This is where you get your modern day sovereign citizens, your modern day leftist groups. I mean, right groups, far right groups.
Having burned Atlanta and made his legendary march to the sea, is called to return north. Ulysses S. Grant wants him to come by sea to Virginia and join the Army of the Potomac.
Come by
But
sea to
Sherman has
Virginia.
a daring plan, a bold strike into the very heart of the Confederacy. He will march northward through the Carolinas.
Y'all listening to Star Wars? Let me say this: Civil War. The Star Wars movie is actually the Civil War. If y'all don't get that, the Star Wars, this interplanetary, intergalactic war, that's the war for the new world, for this new society. That's why Trump just started the Star Wars division of the military. You know what I'm saying? A Star Force. You know what I'm saying? A Space Force. You know what I'm saying? Because it's real. It's really real. We're really living in the days of the Jedi and the Sith.
He must find his way through the Carolinas' impenetrable swamps.
When General Sherman came through the Carolinas on his march to the sea, his journey might have bogged down in North Carolina.
It is the Lumbies and the outlaw Lowry gang who come to Sherman's aid and show him the fastest way through the swamps. They will guide his men, including a contingent of Native American infantrymen, members of Wisconsin's Oneida tribe, through the swamps and north to victory. But it is a victory in which the Native recruits will not share.
Native Americans returned home with hopes of rebuilding their lives and with hopes of gaining what they had lost, but it was just the opposite.
It was just the opposite. Go ahead. Pardon this interruption. These niggas getting all these free clicks.
Appomattox, Virginia,
Okay.
April 9th, 1865. In the waning days of the Civil War, Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant negotiate the terms of the Confederate surrender. Keeping the record of the terms is Grant's right-hand man, Ely Parker, a high-ranking member of the Tonawanda Seneca Nation.
He actually drew up the Articles of Surrender under orders from General Grant that General Lee signed at Appomattox.
It takes several weeks for the news to reach Indian Territory, in what is now Oklahoma. There, Cherokee leader and Confederate Brigadier General Stan Watie reacts with disbelief. He knows little of the disasters the Confederates have been suffering in the Eastern Theater, which has been overrun
In the
by the
Eastern
returning
Theater.
armies of
So we see a Western Theater, and now we have an Eastern Theater. So they're setting the stage. This is a play. Look at this pale skin hair. This is a theater. They calling it
There,
theater.
Cherokee leader and Confederate Brigadier Generals.
How the hell is this going to be a Cherokee leader? Look at... This is what y'all linking yourselves to when y'all want to link yourself to... Look, they don't want to acknowledge the fact that I'm an Indian. Niggas would rather go acknowledge this nigga. Y'all want this nigga to be your ancestor. Y'all don't want no nigga like me to be your ancestor. You want this nigga to be your ancestor. That's crazy. I find that crazy. Y'all don't find that a little crazy? I do. Let's get the show back on the road.
Stan Watie reacts with disbelief. He knows little of the disasters the Confederates have been suffering in the Eastern Theater, which has been overrun by the returning armies of William Tecumseh Sherman. He has only seen successes of late along the Kansas border. Successes that owe much to the guerrilla skills of his Cherokee forces.
Although stellar battle victories, the war was in fact lost from under his feet.
It will be nearly 3 months after Lee's surrender that Watie finally lays down his arms. He will go down in history as the last Confederate general to surrender.
Now look at this guy.
But even then,
This is-
he does so only after the government meets his terms.
Well, he's negotiating because the United States is prepared to negotiate.
basically
Look at this.
says we're
This is
having
what I
to
want
put
to
our
say.
arms down, but we have shown, you know, despite the odds, that we are a fierce people, and we will fight until we can't fight anymore.
Wakey extracts a promise from the government that the property of the Cherokees, even those who fought for the Confederacy, will be protected from encroachment. But it is a promise that will never be kept.
In fact, they started losing more of their entitlements and were made to...
Our arms down, but we have shown, you know, despite the odds, that we are a fierce people, and we will fight until we can't fight anymore.
Wakey extracts a promise from the government that the property of the Cherokees, even those who fought for the Confederacy, will be protected from encroachment. But it is a promise that will never be kept.
Now, I'm always saying, be careful. Everybody wants to run to the white man's court system for freedom. Why would you jump out of the pot just to jump into the fire? Y'all haven't navigated through those court systems before, on the civil end and the legal end, on the federal end, on the high Supreme Court end. So you don't know that those muddy, murky waters are actually the very fire that had your ass cooking inside of the pot. And then you find yourself in that form of slavery, and you find yourself thinking you're free under the white man's policy, under the white man's paperwork, and you now you're part of the assembly of the similitude of the pot calling the kettle black. But both of y'all niggas ass are still under these same black laws and these same black precepts and concepts and constructs and black laws and black... Come on, man. Like, be real with the people. These people do not keep their promises. They don't keep their promises.
In fact, they started losing more of their entitlements. And
you're gonna lose even more of your entitlements. Remember, the past is just a reflection of the present. The present is just a reflection of the past. You run to this white man. Oh, I'm an Indian. I'm Indian. Oh yeah, you an Indian. Let me see all your documents. Let me see them documents, nigga. Where you get this from, nigga? Oh, your grandmother? They'll wipe your whole damn line out. In your eyes, you are the sleeping giant. You're the biggest fear. You're the biggest enemy. You're public enemy number one. And then you're going to put a big target on your back by entering into the fire? You're going to jump out the cauldron and jump into the fire? The fire?
We are a fierce people, and we will fight till we can't fight anymore.
Wakey extracts a promise from the government that the property of the Cherokees, even those who fought for the Confederacy, will be protected from encroachment. But it is a promise that will never be kept.
in fact, they started losing more of their entitlements and were made to suffer even further by the threat of losing their land.
The U.S. government now maintains that because Stand Watie and other Cherokees sided with the Confederacy, the land treaties they had negotiated before the war are null and void.
You see what I'm saying? Look what you have right here in front of your face. Treaties of what? Cherokee Nation, made and established at a General Convention of Delegates, duly authored for that purpose. This is that same delegate in the same convention, the same things that Noble Drew Ali went and did, because he got the knowledge from his mother, who was Cherokee. And so he should have known that this wasn't the way. And that's why the Moors of these days trying to hit our folks with these laws and all this shit and trying to get them caught up in them paperworks and shit. And you got to know that that's just not the way. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't the way.
The new agreements will be far less favorable.
By the time that the Treaty of 1866 was struck, there was one intent on the part of the United States to once again erode away and to diminish the power and stability of the Cherokee Nation.
See, a lot of us come from the Cherokee tribe. We can say it's Anunwea tribe. We can call it any kind of name you want to. We know we Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to have different parts of Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? Different kinds of Cherokee. You may be 2-3 different kind of bands of different tribes of Cherokee. And then think about how many tribes assimilated with the Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? So you got to realize that these reservationists took a major deal. You know how niggas taking record deals these days? It's a record deal because it's listen, let me give a little knowledge on that. It's called a record deal because this is a record deal. They're setting records every time they give a nigga a deal. You know what I'm saying? It's world history. It's a record. Guinness World Record books. You know what I'm saying? They don't give niggas good deals. But I'm saying for us that's trying to, the teachers, right? For lack of teachers on YouTube, I consider myself one. You know what I'm saying? I consider myself a teacher of the people. I gotta say that when you wake up to the fact that you are not black, you are not Negro, you are not colored, you are not African American, you are not African at all. You're not even from the Eastern Hemisphere. You're from the Western Hemisphere. The one you're standing in, this is home. When you realize that, like Malcolm X did, like Martin Luther King did, like all the Booker T. Washington, all the greats, all the people who came in the past, the elders, the ancestors, the ones that was bringing this black consciousness, all the leaders, anyone you can think of, anyone that pops in your mind, no matter what term they use to bring it, we got to know that as we're waking up to see that we're not any of these terms and that we are some indigenous people, why are we trying to now be Native Americans? They don't got the culture. Start studying your people. Study the people of copper colored descent, indigenous Aboriginal people who have culture, especially down here down the South. Don't let it be a territorial thing, because we got to realize that we're all from the South. All y'all people from the South. You just don't even realize it. For the people on the East Coast, for the people on the North, the West, y'all people really from the damn South. And that's where the culture is at, because that's where the masses of black people are, still to this day. In these rural areas, in these cities, in these counties, in these... Well, I'm just saying, you all, just don't jump out of one pot just to jump into the kettle. Don't stop being black just to become a Native American. We're not Native Americans. We don't claim rights off of nativity. We claim rights. We don't claim rights off of nativity. We claim rights off of us being indigenous, us being of the original people to spring forth from this land. That's our claim. That's our right. Being indigenous. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to be Native American. Don't be out there to, goddamn me, trying to get all inside their reservation. Hell no, go buy you some land and just be yourself. Be an Indian.
1889 and 1906, what had been Indian territory is subjected to a series of land runs. 3 million acres of what will be the state of Oklahoma are open to white settlement.
So Oklahoma, the entire state of Oklahoma is 3 million acres. This Indian territory, right? Remember, during the war, this is a buffer zone, protecting them from the crazy black Indians down here in the South and their masters or owners. You know what I'm saying? That's what they were scared of. They weren't scared of the white people who were in the South. Oh no, they were scared of the Negroes who were in the South. And this is 3 million acres. So think about how big. Look, we'll get on that. I'm gonna be doing a timeline video. We'll get on that, but we're just gonna let this flow.
Stan Waitie's old enemy John Ross dies in Washington in 1866, a chief in name only, in self-imposed exile.
A chief in what? In name only. They knew this Negro wasn't no real chief. Just like some niggas these days, it's just chief in name only. What makes you a chief? How do you go about chiefly business? What can you provide for the people on any aspect? Are you a healer? Are you a teacher? Are you a leader? Hi, pal.
In 1889 and 1906, what had been Indian territory is subjected to a series of land runs. 3 million acres of what will be the state of Oklahoma are open to white settlement. Stan Waitie's old enemy John Ross dies in Washington in 1866, a chief in name only, in self-imposed exile from the Cherokee Nation. Stan Waitie returns to his lands but suffers a series of financial and personal setbacks after the war.
Not only does he lose his wealth and his property, but his family as well. Sons are dead. His daughters only outlived him by 2 years. If not for extended family members and cousins, the line of Stan Waitie would have relatively been eradicated within only a handful of years after the.
People talking genealogy. Oh, almost did it again. I be forgetting. I be in my zone. People talking genealogy, right? But they're not. Man, there's a seriousness. Shout out to people like, y'all know the Indians and Aboriginals putting out. Shout out to Aboriginal Power. Shout out to Aboriginal TV. Shout out to Dan Calloway, a Taughtiness One, Phoenix Moon. Any American Indians, any Taughtiness people, any indigenous people, any Dr. Ali Muhammad, everybody, you all. I have no division, no lines of division, you all. Shout out to everybody that's teaching the importance of genealogy, because what we're not realizing is that our genealogy can just disappear. Your line, your unique genetic marker, your unique genetic sequence, your unique genetic frequency, your unique family line can be wiped out like this. Like this. It doesn't take long. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Boom, they're gone. You know what I'm saying? And that's what was going on back then. That's why you could be the only male from a certain line. You could be the only female from a certain line, and you'll never ever know, because you ain't even do your genealogy. You could have millions. What happened if some of these states are your ancestors? What happened if some of these cities, some of these counties are your ancestors' places, and nobody ever rose up from among you all to say, hey, we're still alive, we're still around. Y'all didn't wipe us out like y'all thought y'all did. You know what I'm saying? We're submitting DNA to these what is they called? These companies that are, what do they call for? Recreational use only, for play? I don't know. Whatever use, entertainment purposes only. 23andMe and stuff like that. Those places, what they're doing, they're entertaining you with some random algorithmic results. But they're compiling data. They're searching for unique markers. They're compiling lists for donors and organ donors and lists like that, blood transfusions and shit like that. So watch where you sending your DNA to. I mean, certain people are not covered by hippocampus laws and shit like that. They sharing your DNA. You submit your DNA to these places and they're sharing it. And then think about an old family feud. This is what the Civil War thing was about. Old family feud. You see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be more careful. You gotta be more careful. You see?
Open to white settlement. Stan Waitie's old enemy John Ross dies in Washington in 1866, a chief in name only, in self-imposed exile from the Cherokee Nation. Stan Waitie returns to his lands but suffers a series of financial and personal setbacks after the enemy John Ross dies in Washington in 1866, a chief in name only, in self-imposed exile from the Cherokee Nation. Stan Waitie returns to his lands but suffers a series of financial and personal setbacks.
Now,
after the war.
Not only does he lose his wealth and his property, but his family as well. Sons are dead. His daughters only outlived him by 2 years. If not for extended family members and cousins, the line of Stan Waitie would have relatively been eradicated within only a handful of years after the end of the Civil War.
Today, the opinion of the Cherokee remains divided over the actions of Waitie's treaty party and the character of Waitie himself.
Well, he was not only admired among people that followed him, but among the Confederate command. So he was recognized as being a great leader. There are his detractors too, because he was making war against his own people.
It would be asking today if Snoop Dogg were a hero. Depends on who you ask.
In the South,
okay.
Henry Berry Lowry,
Okay.
the Columbia Indian Waitie's treaty party and the character of Waitie himself.
Well, he was not only admired among people that followed him, but among the Confederate command. So he was recognized as being a great leader. There are his detractors too, because he was making war against his own people.
It would be asking today if Snoop Dogg were a hero. Depends on who you ask.
Do you get what I'm saying? He said people are asked today if Snoop Dogg was a hero. And he said it depends on who you ask. And that's why if y'all peep the theme over there on the Indigenous Realist channel, I don't even have a monitor in front of me, so I don't see how many. I don't know how many people are in here on this Black Indian Chief channel. But over there on the Indigenous Realist channel, if you see all through the month of so-called Black History Month, I was just posting a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I was doing a lot of builds on individuals that I felt were key to so-called Black history, so-called Indigenous history, and hopefully we brought new traffic in and we taught people more about self-knowledge and gave people knowledge of self and their ancestors, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to Indigenous Realists. But over here on this channel, we're really trying to reach them, you know what I'm saying? Because like I explained earlier in the video, they consider us Black people. They consider us Black people. No matter what we call ourselves, why section ourselves off in some community or... No, I'm not centralizing my ancestors. I'm not centralizing my genealogy. I'm not centralizing my knowledge for a certain group of people, for a certain group of individuals. No. I make content, I make knowledge, I give insight and understanding and overstanding and reflect on all different types of subjects for Black people, for Mexican people, for South American people, for North American people, for Australian people, for Japanese people. You get what I'm saying? But mostly for my people who they identify as, or I even make it for African people. That's what I'm saying. I'm not finna limit my, because the whole mass majority of my knowledge, wisdom, and understanding come from people who called themselves black, from people who called themselves African American, but who were really Indians. But who understood who they were, who understood who their ancestors were, but who understood what the people of today are known by and what they're called. And they're called black people. So Indigenous Realists can't promote this concept, but over here on this channel, yes, this channel is for black people. I don't give a damn if you come from Yugoslavia, if you're a black person, you know what I'm saying? If they're treating you like a black person, we're gonna delve into what a black person is. And it may surprise you. It may not be what you all think. But I'm finna we're gonna do a little genealogy in just a second. This video is almost over. This video is almost over, y'all. Damn, I almost made the soup over, didn't I? Let me get back. I was trying to click the screen bigger. And goddamn, that other thing gonna jump on from around that there. Look, I wasn't in screen sharing. I'm glad I came and checked. Y'all finna see my face for about 30 minutes while the video was playing over here chilling. Now, it's only 3 more minutes of video, you all, but I think it's a little more than that. We're gonna go check it out. Cause I think, who knows where we were at. Y'all probably ain't even in here. Let me see. Oh shit, it's people in here. My bad, Mr. Darkfly, brother. Whoever else is in here, y'all drop a comment or something. Let me know y'all are in here and y'all aren't just robots or jewel thieves. If you're in here and you're listening to my insight, you're watching this footage, this rare find that we got from this guy, hashtag Alan Chosen Prophet, some guy, and this video, he's, you know what I'm saying, we're courteously using it. He hasn't flagged our stream or nothing. We're getting some insight. I'm adding on to my insight up in here. Y'all like the stream, share the stream, subscribe to the channel, subscribe. This is Black Indian Chief, and we're bringing the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that we are Aboriginal people. We are indigenous people, and we're bringing that information for black people. Period. Am I screen sharing? Let me know if I'm screen sharing, because we're going right back in with the video. I'm saying we're going directly back in. Okay. Okay, we sharing. Alright. Press play on that.
His daughters only outlived him by 2 years. If not for extended family members and cousins, the line of Stan Wadey would have relatively been eradicated within only a handful of years after the end of the Civil War.
Today, the opinion of the Cherokee remains divided over the actions of Wadey's Treaty Party and the character
This I
of
know
Wadey
when it's
himself.
other content creators in my chat, because they don't want to comment. You know what I'm saying? But it's people watching the stream, but they don't comment.
He was
Come on,
recognized as being a great leader.
don't be on here
There
being
are
a
his
jewel
detractors
thief.
too, because he was
Come
making
add
war
on to
against
the
his own
bill.
people.
It would be asking today if Snoop Dogg were a hero. Depends on who you ask.
In the South, meanwhile, Henry Berry Lowry and the Lumbee Indians who helped guide Sherman's armies through the swamps remain outlaws to the whites.
The Confederate Home Guard basically transformed themselves into the Ku Klux Klan and just continued on.
Uh-oh, the Ku Klux Klan? Let's
In
see.
1869,
Oh, we got Ku Klux
Governor
Klan
Brown
smoke on the
put a
channel
bounty
too,
on the head of Henry Berry
by the way.
Lowry and his gang.
Because he was making war
My
against
bad. I don't know. I think you all are getting a bad lag, so we finna stop here and see. Because, whoever this is on the screen, we got to see who this guy is, because that's who they usually try to depict, the Indian. What's up, Fabian H? Peace. Peace, Haya Power. Make sure you subscribe, have your notification bells on everyone. Someone in the chat, somebody that's not scared to jump in the chat, press 1 if my screen is shared. And you see some guy with a Asianoid type, Negroid type, with a little swoop to the side, Donald Trump type hairstyle thing of majig with the perm. If you see that guy, tap 1. If you see me, tap 2 or something.
You say you got the GG phone.
You know what GG4 is?
Nah, you don't hear weird.
Bro, you know what GG4 is?
Oh, the type of green?
GG4.
Yeah.
This man got GG4.
Did I rewind the video all the way back?
What did he say?
In Albany, New York, Ely Parker, a civil engineer who has been working for and the Lumbee Indians who helped guide Sherman's armies through the swamps remain outlaws to the whites.
The Confederate Home Guard basically transformed themselves into the Ku Klux Klan and just continued on with business as usual. In 1869, the governor of North Carolina put a bounty on the head of Henry Berry Lowry and his gang, but they continued to raid and were basically living legends in Robeson County.
It's a remarkable legend because he is a culture hero of the Lumbee people to this day.
I don't work for no.
Stand weighty.
I don't work for the government, and I'm live. I don't even talk like that. I don't work
Ely
for
Parker.
the government.
Though they were heralded by their tribes, the contributions of these warriors are quickly brushed aside by the whites. After the war, Native Americans are once again seen not as allies, but as obstacles in the way of progress.
The whites wanted their land, as they always had, so they were tricked into giving it up through various treaties, through bribery, or just through intimidation.
The moment of cooperation and opportunity has passed. Despite the valiant service of Native Americans to both sides, they receive little recognition. One exception comes in the last moments of the war, during the surrender at Appomattox, when Ulysses S. Grant formally introduces his staff to Robert E. Lee.
There's a large unknown quality to that surrender. We have the writings of General Porter, who was a very important figure at the surrender, and he says that General Lee was startled by the presence
they can kill me for
Parker.
saying some shit like that.
A legend has sprung up around the moment when Lee faced Ely Parker. When the Native American officer extended his hand, Lee is said to have hesitated, but quickly recovered.
Lee was kind of taken back by this because here's a man of color standing in front of him.
Then he recognized him as being Native American.
The exchange that was recorded next would provide an
We
ironic
was looking for an
to what had once
African
been.
man. We was looking for where the hell he said something about the Ku Klux Klan.
His family as well. Sons are dead. His daughters only outlived him by 2 years. If not for extended family members and cousins, the line of stand weighty would have relatively been eradicated within.
No, this where it's at because I was talking about how easy it is. I said to
Today, the opinion of the Cherokee remains divided over the actions of Waitie's treaty party and the character of Waitie himself.
He was not only admired among people that followed him, but among the Confederate command. So he was recognized as being a great leader. There are his detractors, too, because he was making war against his own people.
It would be asking today if Snoop Dogg were a hero. Depends on who you ask.
In the South, meanwhile, Henry Berry Lowry and the Lumbee Indians who helped guide Sherman's armies through the swamps remain outlaws to the whites.
The Confederate Home Guard basically transformed themselves into the Ku Klux Klan and just continued on with business as usual. In 1869, the
Worse than slavery. The Lost Cause. White League. KK. I'm not gonna just assume. You know what I'm saying? When I'm looking at something, what's up, Kaylee? When I'm looking at something, I'm not just gonna assume. If that person, Fabian H, gets back in the stream, make sure you block that person. Whoever that is. I looked at the channel. I think it's a gamer channel, so it may be a kid or something coming on here. But I put them in timeout. I should have pressed block. Nah, we're gonna touch on it. We got like 2 more minutes of this video. I'm looking at this little demonstration they got right here. Let me see, man's government. This is a white man's government. The lost cause. Worse than slavery. And you see it got slave. You see how they got the slave separated? Then they got the X with the head on it. And this is the agreement with the White League and the Ku Klux Klan. You see they're shaking hands in Masonic formation. That's crazy, right? I don't know where the hell we was at. Where is that? Somewhere like right here. Man, it's been another hour. Where is that? Somewhere. He's past that. We at the Ku Klux Klan picture. Somewhere around there.
Lowry, Ely Parker. Though they were heralded by their tribes, the contributions of these warriors are quickly brushed aside by the whites. After the war, Native Americans are once again seen not as allies, but as obstacles in the way of progress.
The whites wanted their land, as they always had, so they were tricked into giving it up through various treaties, through bribery, or just through intimidation.
The moment of cooperation and opportunity has passed. Despite the valiant service of Native Americans to both sides, they receive little recognition. One exception comes in the last moments of the war, during the surrender at Appomattox, when Ulysses S. Grant formally introduces his staff to Robert E. Lee.
There's a large unknown quality to that surrender. We have the writings of General Porter, who was a very important figure at the surrender, and he says that General Lee was startled by the presence of Parker.
A legend has sprung up around the moment when Lee faced Ely Parker. When the Native American officer extended his hand, Lee is said to have hesitated, but quickly recovered.
Lee was kind of taken back by this because here's a man of color standing in front of him.
Then he recognized him as being Native American.
The exchange that was recorded next would provide an ironic postscript to what had once been called a white man's war.
He says, well, it's nice. He says, we've got a real American amongst us. And then Parker comes back as, well, we are all Americans.
Somebody trolling. Listen here, you troll. Listen here, you damn troll. Stay the fuck up off there. Keep them damn trolls up off of here. What up, everybody? If you up in the stream, drop a comment. If you up in the stream, drop a comment. I'm finna share the stream to my channel. I'm gonna say, done watching the video, come build on some etymology. Comment in the chat if you're in the chat. Share the video. Done with Civil War commentary. There we go, there we go. I'm back trying to multitask with all this BS going on here. Yeah, I just blocked somebody ass. Oh shit, I didn't know I had the screen on me. What up, everybody? Alright, I'm gonna see. I just dropped that right there. Let me see. Yeah, I just shared that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to the history of the Black Texans, and you're gonna actually see one of my family members right here, but I got our genealogy right here, all the way back to like the late 1700s. I'm gonna show you and I'm gonna screen share in a second. I'm trying to go because I don't want to do no spoiler. I want to wait till people come in here because we're gonna do the people challenge me. I don't know why people look. This is what I want to say, and this is why I'm always hesitant to drop my genealogy, because people are such weirdos these days. People are such. Y'all stop. Y'all gotta slow down when certain people are talking sometimes. Just slow down and realize, like, who the fuck is talking. Like, stop always judging all books off the same cover. Stop always just assuming that somebody is gonna tell you a piece of fiction, you know what I'm saying, just because it sounds good, and not willing to show you a result. Like, what you're getting. Oh, hell yeah. It's perfect time too. Oh, it's perfect time. Hold on, I may have to show y'all. I may have to put on a little video real fast. Hold on, we just gotta. Man, hold up, we just gotta let something in the. Goddamn me, you know what I'm saying? So let me scream. Damn, where we at? Let me go back to the main channel. Let's get to the main channel. Let's get to the main channel. Let me screen. Let me put a little screen share up in there for y'all. What up, everybody? This is Indigenous Realist. Hey, this channel right here is called Black Indian Chief. You know what I'm saying? Because we gotta remember, as Indians, we can't leave the blacks behind. Some people are in that black state of mind. You know what I'm saying? And we just gotta respect it, and somebody still gotta bring information to them. So that's what this channel is actually about. And you know what I'm saying? We have different frequencies, different vibrations for it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This video on my main channel also. I'm just saying, right here on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Daily. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna run through the whole course of known history. I told you. Prehistoric age, all the way till putting them people out in the first age. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't call me a goddamn wall on camera. Doing thousands of people assassinating nigga ass. Bang hard on the channel, you know what I'm saying? This is banging on the beast, you know what I'm saying? Banging on the beast is putting that information out there. But anyway, this what's that? That's the tattoo gun? Chief Sebi Indigenous. Haya. Oh, that's live. We're gonna have live. We got tattoos on make some money. We're gonna have tattoos. Really know the truth. Oh, you live, bro. Live. Oh, you live. You just told me, remember? Nah, but I ain't saying. Oh yeah, but the people that seeing this, look, they watching the video, bro. You see this? For the people that's gonna see this video on my main channel, you all subscribe to the link. There's going to be a link inside the description to this video. Subscribe to that channel. That's my new live streaming channel. Like I said, I'm a blessed. We're going to run through the whole course of known history in 7 days, and then I'm going to turn around and break down the whole course and give you unique insight on the whole history of modern history in 7 more days. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to clear that whole area. 2 weeks, and we're going to talk about the future and how we can build and go forward. And you know what I'm saying, current modern thought on building ethics and civics and law and mathematics, living, breathing mathematics, politics, etc. We're going to run down everything you can think of. We're going to build on it. You know what I'm saying? Here live on this channel, Black Indian Chief. Haya, higher, higher power. Let him see it one time.
I told y'all y'all to.
No, he said it came with a blank.
Yo, y'all.
You don't need nothing with blank.
No, bro. I had some money for you, bro. You know I'm no black, bro. I had this.
They got this shit down the street.
I didn't want to let a star on them that you could freestyle for $30. Come on, man. I got some money for you. Come on. I'm ready for a tattoo right now. I need it. Right here.
Where you at that 2 tornadoes hit?
You know what tornadoes hit?
Nashville, Tennessee?
Yeah, it killed 20-something plus, bro.
Little government orchestrated shit. Little government orchestrated shit. Oh shit. Am I screen sharing? It don't even look like, man. I think they saying that. Y'all can call a sneak peek. Am I screen sharing or what? Oh, the hat? I almost don't even want to show them. That's crazy. Today I'm finna do the little genealogy. Get the cap to come in. Oh, it's on. Okay, cool. We done. I don't know what y'all see because I don't know if it's a lag. Are y'all getting a lag or what? Is there a big lag or what? I can't even see how to rock my shit. I'm saying, how far back can it be? Why is there so much lag? Y'all tap 1 if y'all can hear me. Why is there so much lag? What is it? I'm finna just get on with the show because I forgot I'm gonna premiere this on my regular channel, so I can't be. We're gonna premiere it on Indigenous Realist channel also. And they killed people. Do you think I should have it like that? Like that. Should I turn it more? Oh yeah. Whoa. I can't even see what the hell the screen is seeing, so let me go right here. Oh, I'm tripping. I could have been checked right here. Okay, cool. Okay. And it's 3:33. 3:33 p.m. That's right and exact. Let's go and jump in that thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Since we about to talk about, since we way back in Civil War days, and we way back in ancient America, you know what I'm saying? I got my ancient American trapper cap on. You know what I'm saying? I be just trapping this knowledge, though. I ain't trying to trap nothing but this knowledge, though, huh? Okay. We lit. Now, let's see, where do we go? Okay, what's the first thing I want to show you all? We're gonna go to Black Texans. Running in the way and seeing. You like it, bestie? Y'all like my cap? Y'all like my trapper cap? Tell them to get that fez on up out of here. Y'all tell them more as I said, get on up out of here with that fez. That's some old Eastern tradition shit. I'm from this Western shit. Y'all get that fez on up out of here. This Black Indian chief say, get that fez on up out of here. Haya, wow. Tell them get that fez up out of here. I'm taking scouts this year, man. We getting them fezes on up out of here. You know what I'm saying? One time for Noble Drew Ali. One time. We're gonna do it one time for Noble Drew Ali. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it we're gonna do it one time. We're gonna do it one time for Noble Drew Ali. One time. We're gonna get them phases on up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get that Eastern tradition on up out of here. One time. They like, man, we ain't never seen a trapper in real life. Not this knowledge type trapping shit. Let's see. Let's go black Texas, the history of African Americans in Texas. Let's go right here. 15, 20. Okay, let's go right here. We're gonna trap this information on out. Let's see. Are they trying to give me the... Okay, I guess you can go buy the book. But we gonna get the PDF, so let's go to the PDF. Guess you can go buy the book from Alvin Bar if you want the book. But we're not finna fuck with Alvin Bar. We're finna... No offense to the guy. We'll go right here. Black Texas Almanac. Okay, y'all didn't even know this existed, right? Look, established when? Goddamn me, 1857 Texas Almanac. Okay, let's go to the Black Texans, and that's crazy. That's where it. So it literally starts out with right at where my family became like landowners out here. That's crazy. I find that weird. At this almanac, they started keeping an almanac right after the end. That seems crazy. Juneteenth dedication of the Freedmen's Memorial in Dallas. Okay, so we getting in there. Okay. Photo, courtesy of Courtney Perry. Look, the holiday of Juneteenth. Okay, look, the holiday of Juneteenth, which is an abbreviated form of June 19th, marks the day blacks in Texas received word that President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had freed the nation's slaves. So far, however, only Texas acknowledges June 19th. So y'all didn't know, when y'all hear people saying fuck Juneteenth, you know what I'm saying? I take that kind of personal, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a so-called black person living in so-called Texas, you know what I'm saying? So, which is really translate to, so to take the so-calls off, I'm an American Negro or American Indian living in modern Mexico. I mean, in the modern day Mexico, which was Texas. I mean, which they call Texas now, but it's really, you know what I'm saying? In ancient times and back in older times, this was Mexico. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna build on all this. Anyway, let's get back to the show. Now, oh yeah, I was just saying, like, I kind of take that personal. Don't be talking down on Juneteenth, you know what I'm saying? Because I am a black, and my ancestors did die out here on both sides of the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Like, get that Eastern. You know what I'm saying? My family did die on both sides of the war. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to get it adjusted. Apparently that we don't have real time there's no real time going on the stream, you all. So you all are catching a back lag. I don't know why. So if I'm not shouting you out, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. I mean, I'm just seeing you late, you know what I'm saying? Shout out. Peace to you. From Black Indian Chief. Now, the holiday of Juneteenth, which is an abbreviated form of June 19th, marks the day blacks, let's call it what it is, blacks in Texas received word that President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had freed the nation's slaves. And I'm even show you how you're going to see some that freed the nation's slaves. So far, however, only Texas acknowledges June 19th, also called Emancipation Day, as an official state holiday. Juneteenth commemorates the date in 1865 when Union General Gordon Granger arrived with his troops at Galveston Island and read President Lincoln's proclamation freeing the state's 200,000 slaves. So for sure we can get it on record. We can get it on record that this is just I just want to leave a mark. I just want to leave a mark in history, just speaking out, at least for those that call ourselves blacks and that originate in Texas and Tennessee and the South and all of that. You know what I'm saying? At least us folks. Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, or Kansas. Damn. Okay, when Union General Gordon Granger arrived with his troops at Galveston Island and read President Lincoln's proclamation freeing 200. So in 1865, this is 10 years after my family was in Texas and considered free. We were in Texas 10 years prior to this. This is why it's important for y'all that maybe you'll see this later. And yeah, we say y'all a lot in Texas. But in 1865, when Union General Gordon Granger arrived with his troops at Galveston Island and read President Lincoln's proclamation freeing the state's 200,000 slaves. This proclamation had originally taken effect on January 1st, 1863. So at least 8 years. We had already been free for 8 years. But word didn't reach Texas until 2 months after the Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered. Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered Union General Ulysses Grant more than 2 years after the proclamation was issued. Explanations for delay have varied depending on who's doing the explaining. The delay could be attributed to anything but the bureaucratic delays to a slow mule. Once free, several self-sustaining black farming communities. Look at this. Once free, several self-sustaining black farming communities grew up. This is what it means to be indigenous. You grow up out of these areas. That's why I say indigenous is really a better term. You know what I'm saying? When you know that you're springing forth, you're coming up out of something. That's what that means, y'all. There be some weird names subscribing to me. Let's see. Okay, cool. I need to put my phone in the charger. Okay, cool. Although former slaves from okay, look at this. Once freed, several this is why, you know what I'm saying, I say a lot of Southern culture. This is why I say a lot about Southern culture. Several self-sustaining black farming communities grew up in areas where now free men tilled their own soil. One such community was Peyton Colony, about 40 miles southwest of Austin. At the height of this settlement, Peyton Colony is said to have encompassed 5,000 acres. Whoa, shout out to the Peyton Colony. That's nice. That's decent. Although former slaves from Bastrop and Caldwell counties gravitated to the area, others came from other parts of the country to set up homesteads. See, let's look at this word. Watch this word, homestead. Although former slaves from from Bastrop and Caldwell counties gravitated to the area. Others came from other parts of the country to set up homesteads. That's why I say, y'all, your people migrated to the south. You know what I'm saying? Where they feel at home, man. A lot of y'all people, y'all think everybody stays. You stay to the west, you stay to the east, you stay up north, you stay in Midwest. You think, oh, all my people is around me. Nah, a lot of your people in the south. Some originally claimed 160-acre plots. Look, but in the 1920s, the community fell on hard times, never completely recovered. Which I also said, it says, but in the 1920s. And I said earlier in this video, y'all can quote me. I said earlier in this video, the fact that, what am I trying to say? Oh, the reason why we were at the top of society in 1905, for sure. We have that piece of history, that speech, that mighty speech that the brother Booker T. Washington left us on record. And so we know for sure that we were at the top of society then, at that time. Now, I personally, and from my studies, you know what I'm saying, I've been studying forever. So from what I can see, what am I trying to say? From what I can see, based off of, the reason why we went from being at the top of society to falling behind in business and industry and etc. The reason why is because we didn't get evolved inside of our people. Instead of owning shipping companies and train companies, the mass majorities of our people were working, building these railroads, which my grandfather did. My grandfather worked for the railroads, you know what I'm saying? And so our people were doing those type jobs, but yet weren't pulling the money together and investing and owning a railway. And that's where the real money was. So people were accruing money. When they came with jobs, they came with money hungriness, because before then people weren't having money, and they came with the jobs to make people have money, to make them be able to buy stuff that they're selling. The people that give you the job are selling you the stuff that you buy with the stuff you make from the job, and then taxing you at every angle. They're taxing you at every angle of that process. Every angle of that process, you are being taxed. You know what I'm saying? I find that crazy. Let's see. But in the 1920s, the community fell on hard times. Oh yeah, that's the reason why black communities fell on hard times, is because we didn't invest into the things that were happening in that time. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you see, they were getting 160-acre tracts. Look at this. 160-acre tracts, you all, as individual people. And they couldn't even maintain it. They fell on hard times, and never completely recovered. And at the height of the good old days, the day was observed with a big barbecue that included softball games and a bit of showmanship on the part of the men. And you see what I'm saying? This is at the height of the good old days. They're talking about family reunions. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about family reunions. At the height of the good old days, the day was observed with a big barbecue that included softball games and a bit of showmanship on the part of the men. Among the customary festivals of music, dining, and dancing were a range of riding events. Look at this. A range of riding events. Shout out to Top Cats. Top Cats be talking about this. And he's also from Texas, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Top Cats. He talks about this stuff. And in one I'm reading out of the Texas Almanac, you know what I'm saying, Black Texans. In one, a man would race on horseback to a point where a woman was seated on a wagon. He would then hand the woman a needle. She would thread it, hand it back. He would race back to the standing point. In another contest, a man would race to a wagon, grab a cigar, light it, race back to the starting point. Those activities have fallen by the wayside as the communities that spawned them. Do you see this? I haven't seen this done before. I would be a lying, you know what I'm saying, hypocrite if I say I have. I don't lie. I'm not a hypocrite. I haven't seen this particular piece of the culture, but I would love to revive it. I would love to revive this particular piece of the culture, but I haven't seen it. But now I've seen it and I've experienced it because I visualized it while I was reading it. You know what I'm saying? I experienced this. They say, listen, among the customary festivities of music, dining, and dancing were a range of riding events. In one, a man would race on a horseback to a point where a woman was seated on a wagon. He would then hand the woman a needle. She would thread it, hand it back, and he would race back to the starting point. In another contest, a man would race to a wagon, grab a cigar, light it, race back to the starting point. Those activities have fallen by the wayside, as have communities that spawn them. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. But we're worried about Sir Arthur and Merlin and things of that nature when we need to be getting in humongous gatherings and letting our men and women show off their brawn and talents and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Well, we do it in family reunions, but maybe wow, that'll be something like, that'll be crazy. This really is a Game of Thrones. Over the years, Peyton Colony, along with Clarksville in Austin, St. John Colony, in Caldwell Colony, Comanche Crossing in Limestone County, and Western Village Road section of Salado in Bell County became freedmen settlements with historical designations. In fact, by 1898, this is way too far, the Comanche Crossing Colony formed the 19th of June organization and found 30 acres as permanent grounds for the celebration, making it one of the state's biggest observances. Wow. We should all visit there. In 1961, 3 young black men who became known as Comanche 3 drowned when police... Look. 3 young black men who became known as the Comanche 3 drowned when police officers arrested them for possession of marijuana at a Juneteenth celebration. Wow, they were killing niggas over marijuana way in the 80s. Oh, yeah, I'm tripping the 80s. The 80s, wow. In 1981, remembering these fallen soldiers, y'all. These fallen soldiers, 3 young black men who became known as the Comanche 3 drowned when police officers arrested them for possession of marijuana at the Juneteenth celebration. Now, I'm not trying to laugh or anything, but how do you go from being arrested for marijuana to drown? Because they just say they were drowned after being arrested. Shouldn't it say murdered? Shouldn't it say these people were killed? What in the... Attempted to cross a lake in an overcrowded boat. The police officer swam to safety. Controversy arose over allegations that the 3 drowned because they were handcuffs, although police denied it. Wow. But as families grew and employment opportunities rose in these cities, look, populations began to shrink. The old timers died off and many young people moved away seeking livelihoods elsewhere. Y'all wonder what happened to the culture. Y'all wonder why y'all sitting in some faraway state, country, county, some far away, somewhere away from your people. And it's because somebody in your line just jumped up and went seeking somewhere else, which my grandfather did. My grandfather went to California. He walked to California from Texas, went seeking a livelihood, what you found. That's crazy, right? But as families grew and employment opportunities arose in the cities, populations began to shrink. The old timers died off and many young people moved away seeking livelihoods elsewhere. And although several old communities still have major Juneteenth celebrations, they are more structured, and increasingly as the holiday becomes more of a focal point for promoting a cultural heritage, they have become integrated. You see? Integration. At the height of the civil rights movement in the 1960s, Juneteenth lost favor, particularly with more militant blacks who perceived it as anachronistic to the goals of the movement. Some argued that Juneteenth was not a cause for celebration inasmuch as it symbolized the fact that Texas blacks had remained enslaved after the South had been freed. It needs to symbolize that. And maybe people will start getting why the black men in Texas, the black man, woman, and child in Texas are harassed as much, are killed in such high numbers, or you know what I'm saying? There's no hold on what these crackers out here, these crackers out here will kill your ass. But there's some good crackers, there's some bad crackers. You know what I'm saying? This is where the term cracker comes from Texas. Y'all remember that? That's what y'all gotta remember. That's why a lot of people like now they're trying to soften up Texas and stuff. But y'all gotta remember, this is the Wild West. Like this is where the West begins. Texas. This is where the West begins. This is the gate that holds the hordes that could come, not horse. The hordes, Hordes, the hordes that could come from the South. You know what I'm saying? This is Texas. This is the border they're so scared of. They don't ever talk about the Canadian border. They won't ever talk about the sea borders. They're going to talk about Texas. They won't talk about other borders. I ain't going to keep talking about borders, though. You know? I ain't going to give them, we don't give up the passageways. At the height of civil rights movement in the 1960s, Juneteenth. Okay. We see why these so the Pan-Africanists came through and just said, forget Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? And this symbolizes what? This is the problem. This is why people didn't understand. It just was in my blood not to let Sovereign Student say he hit me with all. Like, I understand black power. Look. When you're dealing with a Texas nigga, I understand black power. I understand the atrocities that are committed to the youth in Texas, criminal systems and their mental facilities on the streets. Like, I know what it means to be black in Texas. I know what it means to be black in the heart of the South. I know what it means to be called a nigger. So a Pan-Africanist can't even think to come for me. You know what I'm saying? Just don't even think to even. Don't never even think. Y'all never even been called a nigga before. Cracker ain't never called nobody like Sovereign Student said a nigga. You pass for white. It's black power on this channel. Don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, if nigga pass for white, how the hell he gonna be bringing this black power? Then in the and they just said that these Pan-African niggas is the ones that's, come on, man. Then, in the 1970s, as black Africans embraced the notion of black pride, as black Americans, let me rewind. Then, in the 1970s, as black Americans, you see what I'm saying? In the 1970s, as black Americans embraced the notion of black pride. So this is a notion that's been embraced for 50 years. This is coming on 50 years of... So this is why I'm not finna tie myself out of... I'm not finna write my legacy out of history by not standing with the people who stand with black people. What the hell? They consider me, when they get behind me in that police car, they're gonna say, look at this black... We have a black nigga. They're not gonna say, we have an Aboriginal. They're not going to say we have a Moor. They're not going to say we have a Kemite. They're not gonna say we have a nigga from Ghana, we have a nigga from the Sudanese, from Sudan, we have a nigga from Mexico, we have a nigga from Australia, we have a nigga from Colombia. They're gonna say we have a nigga, a black person. They're gonna put us in that term of person. When I'm not a person, I'm a persona. When I'm not, I don't foul in proper person. I foul in improper persona. So I'm not a person, I'm a persona. I'm not a fuck. Yeah, let's go. Embrace the notion of black pride. There was a revival of interest in what? Juneteenth. Originally observed almost exclusively. So this is so look, in the 70s the revitalization comes, right? And so this is now, no matter what it was in the past, this is now something that's for black people. So Juneteenth, we will be celebrating Juneteenth. I will be celebrating Juneteenth. For example, the Smithsonian Institution's Anacostia Museum in Washington, D.C. has initiated an annual celebration centered in Juneteenth. The focus of the event is a recounting of Afro-American culture. It includes such traditional activities as a community barbecue, music, poetry, reading, and games. But it also features storytelling, reenactment of battles fought by all black 54th Regiment that fought with the Union in the Civil War. The holiday has also been observed in cities and states as diverse as Los Angeles, California. Traditionally observed as an okay, we finna get past this. Listen, we finna go. Let me see. Okay, Kwanzaa. You see, we got Kwanzaa. Y'all know what Kwanzaa is. But listen, I'm trying to. I came here for a reason. And let's see. Okay. We're doing this. Okay, let's go right here. We're on to the next slide. Okay. Okay, here. Now, y'all are here oral traditions, right? And some of y'all that already familiar with me or my teaching method or how I present information or whenever I talk about, because these are oral traditions, whenever I talk about my family or lineage or genealogy or anything, and I mention some oral traditions that we have in the family, and then I always mention that we have paperwork and documents. And so here goes a relative. I haven't even contacted her. This is just one site. This is one of my relatives. She's gonna be given a oral tradition, and then I'm gonna go and show you the paperwork she's talking about. So let me screen share again for you all. You now tuned in to Black Indian Chief. Haya power. If you haven't already, subscribe to Black Indian Chief. For y'all that see this on the Indigenous Realist channel, the link will be in the description for Black Indian Chief channel, where we'll be doing all our lives. We'll be building. We trapping this info. Now, it says African American Lives 2, hosted by Henry Louis Gates Jr. Now look, sharing stories. One family story. Read a story matching the term you chose. legal records, storyteller, legal records, and a cousin who was one of the first black Texas legislators. So this is one of my ancestors, also one of the first black Texas legislators, way up here in the recent of 1972. Now, this oral tradition, or this oral story is coming. The location is here. They're saying this is where it took place. You know what I'm saying? Within the two states of Tennessee and Texas. Now, year it took place 1776. So, what is it called? The Declaration of Independence. This is the same day. This is the same year for the Declaration of Independence. This is with the time when this story, when this history begins. You know what I'm saying? Teller's place of origin, Texas. Okay, I am a descendant of Albertus Orwine, born 1776 in Tennessee. In his what? Slave Gracie, born approximately when? 1815. So there you see on the matriarchal line, on one line, this is my grandfather's line, on my maternal side. This is grandfather's line on maternal side, and this is better than when you search your genealogy. It's better than getting your DNA results from some online service when you can find who your ancestors were, especially if you're a so-called black person. You know what I'm saying? Who we know are indigenous people, are Aboriginals. Hidden in history called American Negro or American Indian. But we were really here before all those terms. Now, who was also his mistress. They left Tennessee and moved to Texas in the 1840s. So, this is my family. Look, my family came to Texas from Tennessee in the 1840s, right? I'm finna take y'all down through there. Y'all waited for the ones that kept patient and waited while I did my studies for today. While I did my build for today. Here we go. So they left Tennessee and moved to Texas in the 1840s. Gracie convinced him. Now listen to this. Gracie convinced him to stop at. Wait, she convinced him to stop. Where did she convince him to stop at? At plantations along the way to Texas. Plantations on the way to Texas. Let's see. Let me just do this just for the viewers. Damn, this ain't a good map. Let me go back. Why can't I just go to pictures? More images. Okay, cool. More images. Go to one with clear states so we can see the states. Okay, cool. So you see, my family traveled from right here in Tennessee, and along the way from Tennessee, right, to Texas. So they passed through these areas: Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, maybe Oklahoma, maybe bought some people off the reservations up in that area. You know what I'm saying? They traveled from through here, buying relatives, and got here to Texas. Okay, let's go back to the bill. Let's go back to the bill. Where we at? Where we at? Okay. Now remember what a plantation is. A plantation is a colony. But we'll talk about that later, I guess. Or I've already built on it before. To Texas to purchase her, look, two sisters and their children. So look, this is coming in my direct ancestor right here. A sister to Gracie. Her name would be Winnie. Per oral, look. Per what? Oral tradition and a letter. Per oral tradition and a letter. They settled in Jacksonville. What? New Hope. I hear the brother always talking about the Hopewell. It's Jacksonville, New Hope area. Albertus never married and was very open about his relationship with Gracie. And it is said that the neighbors were upset because Gracie lived in the main house with him and because they had so many children together. There's a copy of the bill of sale of Gracie when he purchased her and her daughter. Look. It's the ancestors. When he purchased her and her daughter in the 30s, in the 1830s, 200 years ago. 210 years ago. Albertus died in 1855. 10 years before, remember I keep saying 10 years before the Civil War. And in his will, he freed Gracie and her sisters. Listen to this, 10 years before Emancipation Proclamation. Pardon me. In his will, he freed Gracie and her sisters and all of the children and left them all his assets and possessions, including 900 acres. This will was contested by his family, who questioned whether a slave master could legally free his slaves under the Constitution and the state statutes. It was argued in district court in Henderson, Texas, and eventually decided by the Texas Supreme Court, who affirmed, look you all, this is my ancestors right here. It was decided in Supreme Court on when? June 10th, 1859, who affirmed the right of a slave master to free his slave. The court document still exists. There is also a slave narrative of Sterling Ormwine and a descendant of Albertus and Gracie, recorded in the 1930s. And that's the slave narrative I was just looking for to show you all. Let's see. This is just one person. This is just one oral tradition. I can get up off of here. Let's see. This is just one. This is just one. Look now. Let's see the family reunion. People talk family reunions and stuff. Let's see the family reunion. So look, this one is the one in June. This is the one in June. I think that's the Look, we're gonna go to the family reunion. Let's see. Finna get to it. These are my people. This is my family. These are my actual ancestors, both living and past. You know what I'm saying? They're both living and past. All of them. These. Not these honkies. Let me go right here. This is the family reunion. This is one of the ones where they wore red. Let's see. Let's go to another family reunion. Cause you finna see. I'm finna go to the let's see. I'm finna go to the. Let's see. Let's see. Muskogee, Oklahoma. Let's see. Look, this is when I say you see Europeans, pale Europeans talking about my family. You see they finna say there's an African American family reunion going on in Washington, D.C. Look at this. This is online forums. Family, look. Family historical and genealogy message board. Look. Jacksonville, Tennessee. Hi, Anita and Tina. I have online relatives in Jacksonville, Texas. My mother was born in Muskogee, Oklahoma. To Walter and Mary Ann Ornwine. I'm 39. I'm very interested in finding as much possible about my ancestry. Oh, lady, you don't even know. One of your kinfolks is on YouTube putting it up. This about 5 years ago. There's an African American Ornwine family reunion in Washington, D.C. Like to know as much as you know. Oh, we got somebody lost. That's one of the lost family members. Names of my great-great-grandparents. Ornwines in Texas. You see what I'm saying? I ain't gonna go through this lady's, but I'll go right here to mine. Cause I know mine's will be here, look. Let's see what Kathy Oyster had to say. Oh, can't see it. Oh, she deleted it. Oh, they hiding it. They trying to hide it. We finna bring it out. We finna bring it on out. Uh-oh, you can't hide it right here. Like he was born in 1786. Now, this is the European. This is the European that they spoke of, man. High honors, man. Shout out to that European, man, who not only you know what I'm saying, purchase or bought one of my ancestors, but her sisters, who were my direct ancestors, and their children, and other males, and other females along the way to Texas. Shout out. Haya power to them. Shout out. You know what I'm saying? There's no need for me and my family to not say the ancestor Harriet Tubman is not important. That Indian is important also, but there's Harriet Tubmans right along in your own family. You know what I'm saying? Those family tree underground railroads. We finna dig into some more. Nah, that ain't nothing. When I told you all that, my family tree, my genealogy was historical. That we got historical sites all through the Americas, all through North America, all in South America. Then I told y'all we got mounds in my family and that we own mounds. Like nobody feet ain't been on these mounds and stuff. I'm finna show you. You now tuned in to Black Indian TV. I'm from Texas. Got my trapper hat on. I got my trapper hat on. Got my trapper hat on. It's another hour down, you all. Let me see. Let me go right here. That's so high honors to this European right here. He was one of 4 brothers. Let me tell you a little bit. Now let me give you the I'm rewinding my vibrational music. Let me give you a little oral. Let me give you so you'll know that I know my ancestors. I know where my ancestors came from. People talking about honoring the ancestors. I'm honoring the ancestors at every turn in this journey. We gonna honor the ancestors. They want to give homage to Daniel Boone for this hat right here. I'm finna show you on this video. This is my hat. I'm gonna honor my ancestors. This is my hat. This is my hat. When it comes to this American history, this is my realm. I won't argue with you about Kemet. If you trace your ancestors down to Kemet, I won't argue about your ancestors. If you trace your ancestors to the West Africa, I won't argue your ancestors. Don't argue mine. I know my ancestors. I know my ancestors. This my hat. This is the hat of my ancestors. The original trappers, the original mountain men, the original cowboys, the original Indians. Now, this is the oral tradition. This is how I would teach my youngin'. And then we finna see it on paper. I didn't pre-read any of this and stuff. This is old stuff to me. This is new to you all. Now, back in like 1830s. Look, he was born in the 1700s. Old family. Old. Shout out to my ancestors that do have that European strand in him. Shout out to y'all that were mixed, that are straight from Gracie. The ancestor, the first one that was bought. Shout out to Gracie. All praises to the ancestors. All praises to the Most High. Haya. All praise to the Most High. Shout out to the ancestors. Now Gracie was his woman. And she was my ancestor's sister. So she's my great aunt. About 2-3 generations. And they were in Tennessee, right? He had already took Gracie to be his woman. And they were having children together. So the reason why they left from Tennessee, right? This is before my ancestors. My ancestors were still on plantations. And Gracie had already found herself freedom. And the white folks, the neighbors, they didn't like it. So what they did, the white folks, they came by and they were gonna kill Albertus. They were gonna kill him for sleeping with a Negro, for having a Negro as a woman. He was a big landowner out there in Tennessee. Shout out to Tennessee. Haya power. It's the chief. Y'all Tennesseans, y'all see me, it's the chief. Y'all Texans, y'all see me, it's the chief. Haya power. Californians, y'all see me, this the chief. I'm honoring the ancestors. I'm manifesting the ancestors back again. For real. Oklahomans, this the chief. reservationists, non-reservationists, this the chief. Haya power. You know what I'm saying? We're really coming from the tribes. Oh, I'm giving y'all the maybe if I move my phone. Now, what happened was, one day, he knew that they were coming around to kill him. So what he did was, they already knew they were coming. Remember, my ancestors are Indian. So they already knew the white man was coming to invade their territory, right? And so what they did, they made a dummy, a fake man, a dummy, and put it in the doorway. When someone pulled and they called out, they were like, hey, Albertus, come to the door. And so he put a dummy up to the door and they shot the dummy. And as soon as he shot the dummy, they only had 1-shooter guns back then. So when he shot the dummy, he come out the doorway. My ancestor come out the doorway and blam. He blammed the white man right there in Tennessee. White on white crime. White on white crime. Right in my genealogy. I'm finna show you the documents. You know what I'm saying? Blam. Slam right there. Right there. Just slam right there. You know what I'm saying? In Tennessee, you know what I'm saying? Before Memphis was, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Memphis. It's the chief. High power. Much love. It's the chief, though. When y'all see this, it's the chief. Now, look, everybody, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, it's the chief. Y'all see it. Y'all see it. Y'all see it. Y'all hear it. Y'all know. Now, look, so he down them. Boom. They move. Look, he tell Gracie and her kids, like, come on, Gracie, it's time to go. We finna go down south. It's good out here too. The man had money. He was one of 4 brothers, 4 Euro sons that came over here. And he fell in love with Gracie and took Gracie to freedom. She was on the auction block. That's where I say I'm an empath, because it's just in the blood. Like, something about her nature called out to him like, hey, I don't deserve, come on, something in him, something in her called out to him and said, I'm not, that totally distracted me. Something in her called out to him like, hey, I'm the one. Now, so he bought her, he put the dummy up, boom, killed the white man. This in Tennessee. Now they leave, them and their children, and her children from that she already had. They moved from Tennessee, and on the route to Texas, they find different of her relatives, and like, okay, that's my relative, let's go here. She's almost like Harriet Tubman. You know what I'm saying? She found that railroad. She found that route to free her sisters, to free other people that they don't mention online, but she freed people. You know what I'm saying? This is my ancestor. You know what I'm saying? She had enough sense to know that, hey, I'm traveling with this white man. Hey, you finna free my people. We're not gonna leave my people behind. And that's what this Black Indian Chief channel about. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna leave black people behind. So anyway, this was him. It's in Jacksonville City. Jacksonville, Cherokee County, Texas. He's gone. He's gone. He lived to be 68 or 69. Shout out to him. He died August 9th. Look, he was born what? 1786. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? This is where you get, okay, look. Okay. Now look at this. Let's see what this is. What is this? This is just a random click too, so ain't no telling what these people say. But Let's see. Jacob Ornwine first came with his ancestors from Holland to England and then to the colonies in America. The name Ornwine is Holland or Dutch. It means what? Winemaker. In Pennsylvania, out of Danville, there was a corner near Lowndes Church they called Ornwine Corner, with 5 families by their name. All the black ones belong to my tribe, you all. To my clan. All the black ones belong to my clan. If you ever see this name and they're black, that's my clan. Jacob Ornwine, the first, was... Oh, I was on the side of the American colonies. Oh, look. Jacob was on the side of the American colonies, and his brother was with the English in the Revolutionary War days. As they came from Holland via England, the name was Anglo-Saxonized to Irvin. And you see Irvin, Texas. Irvin, Texas. Letter dated. Okay. Petition for guardianship. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, we're gonna find something else. We're looking for direct ancestors here. We're gonna join the show. Okay, this is my kinfolk. This is one of my kinfolks. You see, this is the date when this was written, July 20th. You know what I'm saying? I can't cap it. Now look, what is this called? Ornwine Connection. A few related lines. Now look, bits and pieces, known facts. Known what? Facts. Kathy Oyster has been researching her Ornwine line for several years. Be sure to visit her Ornwines in New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey at Kathy Ornwine's Tree at Roots Web. Kathy is working on her Yates County, New York Ornwine connection and recently found an obituary. Daniel Ornwine of Barrington, aged citizen, formerly resident at Milo Center, committed suicide last week by taking strychnine. He was working hard, honest man, but afflicted occasionally with depression of spirits, in one of which moods he committed the fatal act. He was the parent of 3 children, all of whom are married. His wife also survives him, so shout out to their line. Now, Janice, this is has to be a cousin. Okay, and we got the stream back online, pardon us. Texas slave narratives. Let's go to the ancestor. Now, Ornwine Sterling, 94. All my people lived for a long time, by the way. Was born a slave to, there go the ancestor, Albertus Ornwine, near Jacksonville, Texas, who died when Sterling was 7 or 8. He was bought by John Mosley of Rusk, Texas, who made Sterling a houseboy and was very kind to him. Well, shout out to the Mosley family for being very kind to my ancestors. Shout out to the Mosley family for being very kind to my ancestors. Now, he now lives about 6 miles west of Jackson. Shout out to the ancestors. And this was recorded like in the early 1900s, by the way. He was 94 at the time. So I was born for the war in 16, right? See, I don't know. I was born before the war in 1653. I guess they mean 1853, you all. I'm pretty sure they mean 1853, right near this here town on Gua Creek. Wagwan on Gua Creek. They go Gua Creek, huh? He was born on that old Gua Creek. Let's see. Let me see. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Let me get off the Wi-Fi so maybe it stop. I don't don't know if it's buffering on y'all end, but it's buffering on my end. So let me check it out. Okay, maybe. I don't know, it's buffering on my end. But look, on Gua Creek, my mammy belonged to Massa Albertus Ornwine, and he wasn't ever married. He owned 4 women, my mammy and my grandmother Gracie, my aunt Winnie. So this is my cousin. So this is my cousin, one of my ancestors, my cousins, one of my relatives, according to his depiction, you know what I'm saying? And my aunt Winnie, because that's my great-great-grandmother right here, Winnie. And Aunt Mary. He didn't own any nigger men. He didn't own any nigger men except the children of these women. Preserved, good, strong, good. I got this good, strong, preserved genes. He didn't even own no other men. He just preserved the women and the children. Shout out to the ancestor. Except the children of these women. Grandma lived in the house with Master Ormwine. Look, with Master Ormwine. Big old proof. I mean, this is one of my ancestors calling him Big Master, and I consider us pretty strong men. We're pretty strong examples of men over there in my family. You all have to say that, and we're all over the Americas. And the rest of us lived in cabins. Look, the rest of us what? The rest of us lived in cabins in the yard. My mammy come from Memphis. But I don't know where my pappy come from. He was the lame. I has 3 half brothers. And their names is Joe, Will, and John Scott. And 2 sisters called Polly and Rosie. Master Ornwine died for the war, and he made a will, and it gave all he owned to the women he owned. And Judge Jowell promised Master on his deathbed he would take us to the free country. Listen to this, you all. I've read all the slave narratives, you all. I've read the slave narratives, and what my ancestors leaving in the slave narratives was Sterling. Well, my cousin Sterling left us. My kinfolk Sterling left us something. He seen it was a free country. There was free country, even during the times of slavery, because he was born before the times of slavery. He was born while the time of slavery was still around. Now, he says, but he didn't. He took us to his place to work for him for about 2 years. And the women never did get that 900 acres of land. Master Ornwine willed to him. I don't know who got it, but they didn't. Well, don't worry about the ancestors, because I got it. I got it now. You know what I'm saying? I got it. Don't worry about the ancestors. I got it. It's in a safe place. It's in a safe place. Y'all ancestors got it. It's in a safe place. I knows I still has a share in that land, but it makes money to get in court. When war broke out, I fell into the hands of Master John Mosley at Ruach. They brought the dogs to rousing us up from the fields where we was working. I was the only one of my family to go to Master John. I never did work in the fields at Master John's place. He said I was to be his houseboy, and houseboy I was. Master was shown. Look. So was there whippings and beatings in slavery? No, because look what he says. I mean, you can call my cousin a liar. I don't see he had no reason to lie. But my cousin say Master was so good to me, and I did love to be with him and follow him around. The kitchen was out in the yard, and I had to carry the victuals to the big dining room. When dinner was over, Master John took a nap, and I had to yawn him in lousy meat. I get too sleepy. I can hear him now, for he'd wake up and say, "Go get me a drink out of the northeast corner of the well." And he had straw and grass beds, and we put it in sacks on the ground and slept on the sacks. He said slop on the sacks. I don't remember how much land Master John had, but it was a big place, and he had lots of slaves. We chillin' had supper early in the evening, mostly cornbread and hog meat and milk. He lived to be 94. This is one of my cousins living to be. So y'all can miss me with these Pan-African diets and all this shit, man. One of my ancestors who is 4 years old, looked like Dr. Sebi too, by the way. This the ancestor right here. If y'all didn't notice the picture over here, this him. He looked just like Sebi to me too. That's old Sterling, man. Shout out to Sterling, man. I'm probably the person that gives Sterling the most shout outs ever. I'm always shouting out Sterling. Now when the dinner was over, okay. Master John had 2 stepdaughters, Miss Molly and Miss Laura, and they went to school at Rusk. It was my job to take them there every morning on horses, and go back after them every Friday afternoon. I never earned no money for internet, because everything that's declared on the internet is fake. Everything on the news is fake. They want you to believe it's all about the money. Look how regal. Just look. Now, don't I look like an American? Now, when you see a guy with a little red cap on with a little black, it's tobacco, by the way, because I'm an American, by the way. Anyway, let's get back to it, because I'm really enjoying it. I love to share this with you all, and I hesitated for so long, but the ancestors gave me the okay. The relatives gave me the okay, so it was cool. They look at me crazy when I say we don't need money. What is money? What is money? Now look, I'm gonna show you. I never earned no money for freedom come. But once my brother-in-law gave me $5. So his brother-in-law gave him $5. I was so proud of it, I showed it to the ladies, and one of them said, "You don't need that." And she gave me 2 sticks of candy and took the money. But I didn't know any better. I see slaves for sale on the auction block, and they sold them according to strength and muscles. Look. This is what they look. This is what slaves were sold for. Listen to this, you all. This is my ancestor revealing it. Now, it's not just me. It's one thing, and I'm gonna be premiering this on my main channel, so I'm not discouraged that no one's in here sharing this experience with me. I'm not discouraged. Look at this. Look at all this good information. I just want you all to see that there's history, and look at watch my ancestor give it. He finna give it up. He finna rip off the lies. He finna rip off the covers, the slave narratives. That's what they do. And especially if you have a family member in there. This is my cousin. You have a cousin who's saying he lived during the time of slavery. That's beautiful to have history, you all. It's beautiful. And look. He say, I see slaves for sale on the auction block. They sold them according to strength and muscles. They were stripped to the waist. I see the women and the little children crying and begging not to be separated, but it didn't do no good. They had to go. The only church I know about was when we get together in the night and have prayer meeting and singing. We used to way out in the woods so the white folks wouldn't hear nothing. Sometimes we stay nearly all night on Saturday because we didn't have to work Sunday. About the only thing we could play was stick horses. Original cowboys. We was riding the motherfucking horses. We was riding the motherfucking horses. They say they wasn't allowed to play with nothing but stick horses. And we still running around with them horses and them Porsches and we still playing around with sticks. That's what I want people to never forget. We still playing around with sticks. Just don't ever forget that. There ain't no taking nothing. Y'all just don't ever forget that. There's no taking nothing in life. You can't just take things in life. You all? Now, let's go. Look, this how he stayed healthy. Y'all want to know how he lived to be 94? Y'all want to know how he lived to be 94? That nigga say, listen to what this Negro say. Pardon me, ancestor. I call you Negro, but that's a good word nowadays. It ain't like nigga. It ain't like back in the day when they called us niggas. It's a good word. Me calling you a nigga is a good word, ancestor. You see, I'm keeping up with the history. You see, I'm making you known to the presence. I got you, ancestor. I made miles and miles on the stick horses. After the war, Master John gave his chillin' a big roll of Confederate money. Uh-oh. Why ain't nobody talking about this big roll of Confederate money? My ancestors say he seen Master give his children a big roll of Confederate money after the war. Where this Confederate money at? Huh? Where's the Confederate money at? Why ain't nobody talking about that? And who else got paid after the war? And what were they getting paid for? Nigga scalps. Why do you think they call us coons? Why do you think they call us coons? Come on, y'all, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Look at this. This history. This real American history. This real Texas history. This real Aboriginal history right here. Listen to this. Look, when Master John told us we was free, he didn't seem to mind. But Miss M, she bawled and squalled, say her property taken away from her. You see what I'm saying? This white woman cried. She bawled and squalled. Because what? Her property was taken away from her. She's talking about human flesh here, y'all. Wake the fuck up. Our people were in bondage. It don't matter how good or bad they were treated. They were in bondage. This woman, this white woman, cried and screamed that my ancestors were free. After that, my mammy gathers us together and took us to the Dr. Middleton place out from Jacksonville. From that to the Ragsdale. That's our family too. That's our people. We started like 4 cities out here in Texas with that family. They're not blood relatives, you know what I'm saying? Place what I've been ever since. So he lived and died he died over there with the Ragsdale. Shout out to the Ragsdales for burying my ancestors. I wore my first pants when I was 14 years old, and I told somebody about this. I built on this before, why they used to keep us out of pants. They seen us in that Hebrew garb. You know what I'm saying? They seen us in that Hebrew garb, and so that was their way of... I'll break that down another day. You all. This the ancestors though. Got his first pair of pants when he was 14 years old, and they stung till I was miserable. The cloth was store-bought, but Mammy made the pants at home. It was what we call dog hair cloth. Now look, Mammy made my first shoes. We call them red rippers. You know what I'm saying? That's them red rippers. We was ripping through the red. This is my ancestor, by the way. For y'all that don't know, this is my cousin, like a great cousin. I'm reading his slave narrative. Shout out to the ancestor. Now, Sterling Ormwine, this is what the narrator of this slave narrative is saying. Sterling Ormwine, who lives about 6 miles northwest of Jacksonville, is of medium build and rather feeble now. My second visit found him in the field among his children and grandchildren, trying to show them how and what work to do. At 94 years old, you all, even though his eyesight is very poor, very appreciative and grateful that someone should have interest enough in him to sit down and talk with him. He gives us the following account of his past life. I was born before the war in 1853, just about 3 miles south of Jacksonville, is known as Gum Creek. My family was the property of Albertus Ormwine, a bachelor. Mr. Ormwine owned 4 Negro women, my mother Ann, my grandmother Gracie, and Aunt Winnie and Aunt Mary. He didn't own any Negro men except the children born to these women. Grandmother shared the big house with Mr. Ormwine, and the other women had cabins in the yard. Each raised a family of children. My mother came from Memphis, Tennessee, but I didn't know where my father came from. He was Ike Lane. I have 3 brothers, Joe, Will, and John Scott, and 2 sisters, Polly and Rosie. When Mr. Ormwine died before the war, he made a will in which he gave his property to the slaves, the Negro women. Judge Jowell promised Mr. Ormwine on his deathbed that he would take us to a free country, but he didn't. He took us to his place for a year or 2, and the Negro women never got their 900 acres that Mr. Ormwine gave them. I knows that I still have a share in that land, but it takes money nowadays to win in a case in court. When the war broke out, I fell into the hands of Mr. John Mosley of Rusk. He lived about 3 miles south of Rusk. I remember that Dick Reagan brought his nigger dogs to round us up. Look, Mr. Reagan, like Ronald Reagan, like, you know what I'm saying? Listen to this. Dick Reagan. What is Dick a name for? Dick, y'all know what the white people call Dick, whatever name they choose to call themselves. Dick brought his nigger dogs. So the nigger dogs surround us up. We were working in the field, and as we heard that Mr. Reagan had turned the dogs loose, me and John Ormwine ran a hickory nut tree. So they ran and climbed. Climbed. We sought up there until they blowed the horn at the house, and we know to go in. I was the only one of my family to go with Mr. Mosley, but he took Aunt Winnie and her 3 children. Look, this is my ancestor, y'all. This is my great-great-grandmother. And her 3 children, Tom, Ed, and Vinny. My mother worked in the government shoe shop at Russ during the war. She could make us as good as shoes as anybody. So she worked. So my cousin Sterling, so my great aunt, worked in a shoe shop during the war. What black folks you knew working? Look, this is history. Black folks working during the war. I never did work in the field. He said he never worked in the field, you all. When I was with Judge Jowell, I just run errands, toted water, watched the gaps, and waited on Mr. Jowell. When Master John took me to live with him, he said I must be his houseboy, and houseboy I was. Master was so good to me. I did love to be with him and follow him around. The kitchen was out in the yard, and I had to carry the victuals when they was cooked to the big dining room. As soon as dinner was over, Master John always took a nap. He'll be down for 1 hour each day, and my job was to sit by him and fan him. And lousy me, I get so tired, but I know I had to keep that fan going. I can hear him now as he'll wake up and say, "Colonel, go get me a drink out of the northeast corner of the well." One day, while I was fanning Master John, I draped off to sleep, and he woke me up by slipping a chaw of tobacco in my mouth, one he had already chewed. See, they playing pranks and shit. This is crazy. This is supposed to be my ancestors' master, but he playing a prank on him. He slipped some tobacco in his mouth while he sleep. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm familiar with this narrative, like I told you all, but I haven't. I'm unfamiliar with this version of the narrative. He playing pranks on the mouse. The mouse playing pranks on him. Look. Now, when we lived at Mr. Ormwine's, he had pulled straw and strip up chucks to make our beds out of. Didn't know anything about cotton beds. We put this grass in shucks and sacks and slept on the sacks. We also had straw and grass beds at Mr. Mosley, and the Mosley had 5 children, Jane, Mary, Alf, and Horace. Then the baby, a little girl named Robina. It was my duty to take care of her. Look, this is him saying he took care of this. We got a story of the women being nannies and stuff. This is a man saying he took care of this little white girl. This is my great cousin. 4th generation, 3rd generation cousin or something. Not 3rd cousin, but like 3rd generation cousin. This the ancestor, one of them. It was my duty to take care of her. I'd make her play houses, get her night clothes ready, play around the place with her. When we were set free, it nearly killed me to leave that little girl. I don't remember how much land Master John had, but a big plantation, because he had lots of slaves besides us. Old man Gus was the overseer, and he had the right to punish all the slaves who wouldn't work. So there was punishment. This is what my cousin is saying. This is just what my cousin is saying. I remember a white man by the name of Gates, refugeed from somewhere in Louisiana. French refugee. He camped on Master John's premises while looking for a location where his slaves would be safe from the Yankees. He had the poorest cattle, nothing but skins and bones. He made his slaves eat that. I well remember seeing of those old poor cows skinned, and someone threw a piece of meat, again a tree, and it hit and stuck there hard and fast. You know pork beef is gummy and sticky. Well, that was so sticky they could hardly handle it, yet they had to eat it. We chillin' had our supper before night. Most usual it was pot liquor and bread. We all ate from a big skillet. Aunt Mindy was the cook. One-eyed hardly handled it, yet they had, one-eyed Gus Willington was the overseer, but Master John got shed of him because he got drunk one day. No man. Master John wouldn't tolerate no whiskey drinkers. Didn't believe in it. No man. He's talking about white folks getting fired and all kinds of stuff. This is crazy. He's seen a lot for a slave. He's seen a lot for a slave, huh? Let's see what else was going on. I learned to spin, weave, and knit. I knitted a lot of socks. Aunt Rachel was the weaver, and all her weaving was done in her castle. This is Geechee. Now my family is Gullah Geechee, you all. You know what I'm saying? From this line, they got Geechee, heavy Geechee. Heavy Geechee bloodline. Damn. Let me see. Where we at? Okay. She also done milking and washing. Aunt Winnie on ad were the spinners. Mr. Mosley had 2 separate daughters. So spinning, what is spinning? I think that's knitting, right? If he was knitting socks, she said spinner. So what is spinning? Weaving, maybe? I don't know, but she even say weaving, which is basket weaving, which is cloth weaving, you know, Geechee shit. No Geechee shit. Now, Mrs. Molly and Lori Summers that went to school at Rush. It was my job to take them up there every Monday morning on horses and go back after them every Friday afternoon. So what kind of schooling was this? These two girls of his master, Mrs. Molly and Lori Summers, they went to school every Monday and didn't come home school from every Friday. What kind of schooling were they in? The only whipping I ever got. He got a whipping one night. Let's see what my ancestor got a whipping for. The only whipping I ever got was for staying all night with mother one Friday night. You see, I had gone after the girls, and for some reason they didn't come home, and hit was so late. I was afraid the paddle rolls would get me. Paddle rolls. The cops. The narcs. The laws. The vigilantes. Slave catchers. Etc. So he called them paddle rolls. I was afraid the what? I was afraid the paddle rolls would get me. So I stayed with my mother and went home the next morning. But Master John met me, and for some reason, and I knew when I saw him what was coming, what I was gonna get. So he knew what he was gonna get. I begged and cried and tried to tell him I stayed overnight. I say, Master John, you know you didn't give me no pass, and I was afraid of the paddle rolls. But I reckon he had mine made up, cause I got the whipping. He said he got that whipping. I never earned no money during slavery days, but my brother-in-law gave me $5 and a $5 bill one day. I was going after the girls. So he was tricking. Earlier he just said he was showing it to the girls, but he was trying to trick. He was going after the girl. I was so proud of it. I showed it to the girls when I went to school. And I say, look here, Miss Emma, what I got. What I gone and got. And held up the bill. And Miss Emma, she took that away from me. She said, you don't need that. Here, take this candy. Give me the money. She gave me 2 sticks of candy and I was satisfied. I remember how I showed the candy to the other children when I got home. I've seen a good many slaves on the auction block. So this is a testimony right here that slavery did exist from my ancestor. He said he's seen a good many slaves on the auction block. Not. He's saying on the auction block. This is an eyewitness testimony. Now, I've seen a good many slaves on the auction block. They were sold according to their strength and muscles. They were stripped to their waist, and if they had good muscles or strong body, they brought a good price. A man or a woman was poor and sickly looking, didn't sell for very much. I've seen the women and children crying and begging not to be separated. Mrs. Mosley and Mrs. M, we called her because her name was Emmeline, was strict and positive. When she said no, we knew she meant it. If she see one of us in trouble, she came to our rescue. She couldn't stand to see my cry and soon learned to cry and beg, and Miss Emma would say, all right, Sterling, go on. The only church service I know anything about. Look at this. The only church service I know anything about was when the slaves would get together once in a while at night and have prayer meeting and sing. I remember that I used to hear some old love songs, Barbara Allen, and one about, oh, to me the time seemed long since you and I did part. About the only thing we chillin' knew to play was riding stick horses. I've made a many mile on a stick horse. When the war was over and we were set free, Master John gave his chillin' a big roll of Confederate money, and they gave us chillin' some of it to trade and buy stick horses with. Some terrible trading and buying went on, I tell you. When Master John told us we were free, he didn't seem to pay no attention. But Miss Emma, she bawled and squalled, say her property was being taken from her. I didn't see my mother very often during slavery, but after we were freed, she gathered us together. Listen to this. Listen to this. This This powerful. This powerful information right here. I didn't see my mother very often during slavery, but after we were freed, she gathered us together and moved to the Dr. Middleton place out from Jacksonville. From there to Ragsdale place, where I've been ever since. When any of the slaves got sick, Master John and Miss M was good to see after him. His main medicine was blue moss and ipecac, but if that wasn't enough, he would get a doctor. Every Monday morning, the food was portioned out. Master John weighed up a peck of meal and 3.5 libs of bacon to each family, and that had to do till next Monday. They had plenty taters, beans, and vegetables to cook. The slaves cooked and ate in their own cabins. My job on Saturday was to take a bushel of wheat to a fisher's mill and have it made into middlings, a grade of flour. He hardly knew what a biscuit was. Just on Christmas morning, the little children got a half of biscuit and the grown folks got a whole one. I wore my first pair of pants when I was 14 years old, and they stung me till I was miserable. The cloth was store-bought, but the pants was made at home. It was what we call dog hair cloth. My mother made the first shoes I had. We call them Red Rippers. I didn't know how to pray till after we were freed and back at home with my mother. She taught us at night how to pray. I hired out after I got bigger and finally learned to read and write. Sterling has 4 girls living: Joyce, Maybelle, Georgia, Marianne, and some small grandchildren he is having to raise. Been married 4 times, otherwise dead. So shout out to that one ancestor. Shout out to that one ancestor. Juneteenth is my fucking family holiday. I don't care if it's anybody else's, but I'm saying that's our shit. As far as I know, our Albertus Armwine never married. Our Albertus Armwine was born in Tennessee but moved to Texas in about 1850. In 1855, he had a will made to free his slaves upon his death, and all of his property was to be sold and given to his slaves so they could go to one of the free states to live. But when he died, his family contested his wills in court in Texas. The case was never settled, and his slaves were not freed until Juneteenth day. Now that's not true. And let me go here. Let's go here. Let's let the documents talk. Let's let the documents talk. We're gonna let them documents talk. They want to see some sources. We're gonna let them. They want to see how I source. They want to see where I spawned from. Let me show them where I spawned from. Let me let them see the documents. Let's see where we're going. Where we're going. We're looking for the court case. Where we at? Where the court case at? Oh, Online versus State. Oh, here go the court case. There y'all go. I was on somebody's panel the other day and they say it's impossible. There you go. Go look it up. Look it up. And these are also cases with other black people. Uh-oh, y'all thought I wasn't gonna wait. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna show y'all the case, huh? That brother ain't show us nothing. I showed y'all too damn much. I showed y'all more than I should have showed. But I waited 3 years. 3 years good enough. Anthony Simortis Ornwine, appellant versus State of Texas. Court of Appeals of Texas, Texarkana. Oh, this is something else. Yeah, this is somebody else's personal case. My bad, y'all. I should have read it before I clicked on it. So that's the wrong case. Let me go to the case. Oh, let's see who these are. Okay, I did them. Really, I did them. We showed enough today. Damn. Okay, let's go right here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's all we're gonna show. That's all we're gonna show on today. Just trapping. I'm saying, young trapping this information. We're trapping this information. Y'all trap this information. Higher power to infinity and beyond. The realist, the noble, the truth. I hope y'all enjoyed. That's just a little bit. We'll do some more tomorrow. We'll do some more tomorrow, High Powers. I will be premiering this video on my main channel. My main channel is Indigenous Realist. You know, type in your search bar Indigenous Realist. Find that guy. This guy right here. You click on there. You just click on there and enter the hive. You are in the hive. Once you click on that, you are in the hive. Got videos on Christ consciousness, got videos on Moors, got all kinds of videos. Much love, higher powers. Peace. We're at this joint.